System driven noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Pun Kelly, get caught in the fray. Facts and logic with a twist of chest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor pulls the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity where they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Steve Fun Kelly with the set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Hello and welcome to the Punch Show. We are joined today, for now, with my good friend and moderator and production assistant. I don't know what else to call her. The great, the wonderful Resistance Kitty. The crowd goes wild. All right, so let's, whoops.
We need sound effects.
Oh, sound
I have
effects.
decided we need sound effects. You need some sound effect buttons so we can press them, like the pa-da-pa or pa-da.
Okay. All right. Let's try this. Media assets, I think it's in there.
Why
Okay.
does it keep muting?
Okay. And the crowd goes wild.
Woo! Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Kelly made a joke. Kelly made another joke. All right. So maybe we need to start using those more. Thank God. I don't know. Kelly made another joke. Okay. Whoops. How do I? All right. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? We are ready for another episode of the Punch Show. Got a lot going on in the world. Right now, Donald Trump is pretending that he's bringing peace to Iran again. I saw Marco Rubio yesterday, and he was saying that they're hoping to get a deal with Iran. Did you hear what he said, Kitty? Of like, sometimes they say things that are just so measurably stupid that it's really hard to believe that they would say it out loud in public. Marco Rubio said nobody's ever been able to get a deal done with Iran before. Can you believe that?
He thinks he's the first at everything, and that's only because he never read anything in a history book or attended history class. That's what that's about. That's why he thinks that he's the first at everything.
You know, the Obama shrugging meme. I posted that with that quote. And it's almost like the Obama shrugging meme was made for that quote. So I just thought that was fun. I don't know that they're going to get anything done. I honestly don't even know that they really want to get anything done. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is something I'm a little bit sad about. And that is the passing of the Reverend Jesse Jackson. I know he was controversial, but I think he was a great man, and he actually, so much of even contemporary politics is still downstream from what he did. He used his narcissism for good and not for evil. I was thinking rainbow to woke is how I would describe it. But when I say woke, I mean woke, like not in the way that it was originally intended, but in the pejorative way that Republicans use it, which I think is a backlash against what Jesse Jackson stood for and fought for and accomplished in his life. He, back in the 80s, it created a bold alliance of Black people, white working people, Latino people, Asian people, Native American people, and the LGBT community. Basically, everybody that wasn't, you know, the what is today now MAGA or whatever. Well, in some ways, even it was hard to. The unionists, the non-union white people, were Republicans. The unionists mostly were Democrats back then. I think one of the big things the Democratic Party has done wrong is abandon unions. But anyway, he got this union together, or this coalition together. And while he never won a primary or anything, it's still, the coalition itself stuck and still exists today through different candidates and in different forms, but the essence of that still exists today. And his whole philosophy was the Democratic Party must look like America actually looks. And I saw like Pete Buttigieg posted something about, you know, what Jesse Jackson accomplished, and somebody posted on there that Jesse Jackson was anti-gay, which is just completely far from the truth. He was for gay rights, racial justice, and working class solidarity, and a lot of it exists today because of him. I think if you're maybe under 40, definitely under 30, but maybe even under 40, you may not realize how far gay rights have come in the last 30, 35 years. When I was in the Air Force, I was in the Air Force from 86 to 90. And at that time, it was illegal to be in the Air Force. And I don't just mean against Air Force policy. It was an actual crime to be in the military if you were gay. There was one base I was at, San Vito Air Station in Italy, where there were like 6, 7 gay people. And one day, a friend of mine asked me, you know, hey, you want to go to my room and get some drinks? I was like, sure. The club had closed. And he hit on me. I said, I'm sorry, man. I'm not gay. I don't have any issues with it, but I'm just not. And he's like, that's okay. Misread signals. And then like a week, 2 weeks later, another gay guy hit on me. I'm like, what is, do I have something? Why do people keep thinking I'm gay? I'm like, I'm not gay, but I know this person is. And so I told him about this other guy. And so he, the next day I'm at work, and then I get a call. My first sergeant comes into my office. Like, I was the orderly room clerk, so he was my boss. So it was like normal for him to come into my office. So he comes over there, he comes up to my desk, he says, OSI just called you and they want you to go visit. I'm like, what? Why does OSI want me? He's like, he shrugs, I don't know. And OSI, if you don't know, it's like the Air Force version of NCIS. They do special investigations and stuff like that. OSI means the Office of Special Investigations. It's AFS-OSI is like the Air Force equivalent of NCIS. So I go down there, and they're like, and I see the gay guy that had just hit on me the night before. And I was like, what's he doing here? What's going on? Anyway, it turned out he was OSI agent that was running an undercover operation to bust gay people in the Air Force. That's what things were like back then. Like, they literally ran sting operations against gay people like they were drug dealers or something. So anyway, I was like, he's like, well, what happened? You know, who is this guy who needs you to write down what you told me last night? And I'm like, What did I tell? I'm sorry, I was really drunk. I don't remember anything. Anyway, they really leaned on me hard, but I never turned the guy over. I said, but that's how disgusting it was. Anyway, so Jesse Jackson thought that was wrong. He wanted to get the gay, he allied with the gays, he allied with the blacks, all the different groups that were oppressed. He said we need to come together and fight together. So anyway, he also rewired the Democratic Party before things changed. It was like a winner take all kind of situation in every state, instead of, like you get a portion of your whatever delegates the way it is now. And so now there's proportional delegates, every vote counted, and coalition building is rewarded. So without Jesse Jackson leading the Democratic Party into changing this so that it was, instead of winner take all delegates, they were proportioned out, Barack Obama never would have won the nomination in 2006 and 2008. There never would have been President Obama without a candidate, Jackson. That made 2008's Obama mission win possible. So he lost 2 election bids, but he won the argument. Basically, Jesse Jackson lost both elections. He ran in 84 and 88. I think he finished second both times, but I don't think he seriously. The second time, I think he came a little closer, but it was still far behind. But the coalition that he started still largely remains. And I think, with the exception of the union white workers, the Democrats still win big in all of those things. And I think we need to do a lot to win back those union white workers and to reestablish unions. But by the Obama era, the multicultural coalition Jackson described was the Democratic Party. Obama would not have been president if it weren't for Jesse Jackson. He wouldn't have been the candidate, and he wouldn't have been the president. When conservatives attack nowadays, so then after Obama, like there's always this kind of view that there's a reactionary politics. When people win, it's in large part reaction to the last president. And this whole, like using woke as a pejorative, and identity politics and DEI and multiculturalism and woke, a term from black vernacular, by the way. All of that is attacks on what Jesse Jackson started. When they say things like identity politics, and they use that as some kind of slur, as though what they're doing is not identity politics. Nobody is more guilty of identity politics than Stephen Miller. It's somehow not identity politics if your identity is a fascist white man. DEI is something that they completely misrepresent and distort and don't understand. They think that countering racism is racism, that fighting racism is racism, that seeing racism is racism. It's like, it's not racist if you pretend it's not there. That's the entire Republican anti-DEI platform. Multiculturalism to them is bad. Oh, even, like this nonsense. There was some idiot. Oh, Elon Musk was the idiot that was talking about how our culture is all from the British Isles. Like, has he ever read a history book? Then, so anyway, all of that is the fundamental things they are attacking is still reacting to what Reverend Jesse Jackson started. So the Rainbow Coalition launched in 84. By 2008, Obama won using the same framework. Then in 2016, there was this backlash that started to accelerate, and it was economic anxiety. Remember economic anxiety? And then in 2024, it was anti-woke. Woke. Everything was wokeism. Nobody could ever define what woke means or what was wrong with woke, but they just used it as a pejorative, as a reaction. to like black people having rights and like not wanting to be murdered by cops and stuff. So he didn't start the culture war, but the culture war is a response to him. He gave the backlash something to react against. And all the wokeism, anti-wokeism and anti-culture war stuff is a response to Jesse Jackson. So anyway, just wanted to mention that he never won any elections as far as I know. But I think he has a lasting footprint in American politics that very few that have even won office have had. I think that, other than maybe Martin Luther King, there's a few people that maybe never won that have had a larger impact than him, but not many. So Kitty said, all right. Hey, Dusty, how you doing? Real sad about them recriminalizing trans people in the military. Yes. I have to see how that court case is going. It's sad. It's just like somehow your ability to serve your country depends on not being trans. I don't understand it. Person turquoise waving speech. Upgrade. This is your final warning. Oh. There must be somebody that I'm not seeing. I don't know who Upgrade 1015 is. I'm not seeing any posts from them. I guess I was scared the Nazi off. Too bad. I did not know that.
I got rid of them.
Ah, too bad. So sad. I guess I'll
have to... after 9 comments that were defamatory, I said, and when I gave them final warning, they said they left. I didn't even block them.
Were they about Jesse Jackson?
They were about Dems. It was a bot.
Oh, just a bot. DEI even included veterans and disabled men. Yeah, they really are shooting themselves through the foot, trying to drag down people who have been thriving-ish longer without it. Hey, I've got a joke for you, Dusty. How did Sherlock Holmes accidentally shoot himself in the toe? He went hunting and the game was afoot. Oh, here we go. Let's try it this way. He went hunting and the game was afoot. There we go. So you get it. The game was afoot. Kitty's nonverbal reaction. President Trump was a friend of Jesse Jackson for decades. He gave his organization office space in the most expensive neighborhood in America free of charge. Okay. I don't think he... I'm waiting for his reaction to Jesse Jackson's passing. I'm okay. Get a bunch of compliments from a bunch of cool people on my walk. Roar. Ah, so she liked my joke. That's an original. That's a Kelly original. That's why they call me Machine Pun Kelly. Okay. John wants to make it seem like like President Trump was. We'll see. I wonder, has he responded? Let me see something. Let's ask Klein. So, okay. So he has responded. Let me share my screen here. We'll be fair. Yes, Jackson passed away this morning at 84, and Trump responded on Truth Social. He called Jackson a good man with lots of personality, grit, and street smarts, and a force of nature like a few others before them, noting that they had a long personal history dating back decades before his presidency, which is what John, is that his name? Yeah, John is saying. Then he said the tribute took some notable turns. Trump used the post to defend himself against accusations of racism, saying it was always my pleasure to help Jesse along the way, and cited providing office space for Jackson's Rainbow Push coalition in his Wall Street building, as well as policies like criminal justice reform and HBCU funding. And the HBCU funding really didn't have anything to do with him. I don't know what criminal justice reform he's taking credit for, but and that doesn't undo the fact that he did things like post the Obamas as apes. He also took a shot at Obama, claiming Jackson had much to do with that election without acknowledgement or credit of Barack Hussein Obama, a man who Jesse could not stand. I don't think that's accurate at all. I think Jesse Jackson and Barack Obama were actually friends. The last bit is getting some attention given the context. Trump had just been criticized for posting and then deleting a racist video depicting Obama and Michelle as apes. So as a mix, genuine condolences and acknowledgement of the real history together, wrapped in a fair amount of self-promotion and political jabs. All right, so well, that's interesting. As far as Trump goes, that's a fairly non-dickish post. You got a small chuckle out of me. Oh, he, them. Okay. Thank you. He, them. Can I ask you something that, for my understanding, this is not, and maybe Lizzie, what, like, I know sometimes it's like he, them instead of he, him, or they, them. Why is it like a he, them instead of a they, them, or a he, him? Your mic's not on.
Sorry. It depends on the individual thoughts on it.
No, I'm not criticizing. I'm just wondering, like, why.
Yeah, just depends what the preferences are. I just respect. I try really hard to keep things fairly gender neutral as a them, they versus a he, she when I'm.
As far as I'm concerned, just call people what they want to be called. There's like no reason to not call them that. But I also like to understand, you know, understand the person, like not just understand the reasoning, but like, so like, just a very fashionable guy. All right. They're not delusional, dude. You don't understand any of that. Like, Republicans seem to like just assume they innately understand everything, and they never read a book. I don't care if you're black or not. I mean, it's not true. I mean, I'm white and I know that. Barack, the whole, like you brought up the whole HBCU thing. Let's talk about the HBCU thing. The HBCU thing was brought up before Donald Trump was ever even nominated president. He never pushed for it before it got passed. When it passed both houses of Congress with a veto-proof majority. The original author was a black woman Democrat. And when it passed both houses with a veto-proof majority. The original budget that Trump submitted actually had less money for it, but it still passed both houses of Congress with a veto-proof majority. And so he signed it because he couldn't prevent it no matter what he wanted. And then after he signed it, he took credit for it as though he championed the whole thing. You've got to understand there's a difference between things happening because you're president and things happening while you're president. This was something that happened while he was president. He didn't do anything. Them, he, him, I like zir too, but that's getting into new neo-pronouns that I don't really expect in casual conversations. Gender is a big performance and I'm bad at it. Yeah. I was reading like some of these things that and that's one of the reasons I like want to understand like really understand trans people and trans like the language, the identity language, because I feel like especially with this, the language is really indicative of the people, and you know, like you have to understand the people. I used to, you know, I wouldn't say I was anti-trans, but I was trans ignorant, and so I would say a lot of ignorant things until I started to get to know trans people, and it's amazing. Like once you connect with people as people, how much that changes. Okay. So anyway, that is what I wanted to talk about with the Reverend Jesse Jackson. So the next thing I want to talk about is let me talk about, we've been discussing a lot. Oh, I've got to import this one. As you know, if you watch this program much, we've really been kind of talking a lot about asylum, illegal immigration, and okay, let's try this again. Why didn't it? Did it work? Did not work. Oh man, what's going on? This is annoying. All right, let me try that. Let me see. I'm trying to import the slides and they're not working. There's a lot of people, like, I think a lot of it is a deliberate misrepresentation. Are asylum seekers here legally or not? Did they commit a crime when they came over? Because I think there's this. Did it work? It's still not working. All right, so I'm going to have to do it this way. We're going to have to do this way. Share this tab instead. All right, can we? And then we're going to. Okay, are asylum seekers here illegally? Because I really feel like we need to clarify, what does being here illegally mean? We've got, and we'll go into this next, a whole bunch. Like right now, about 40 to 50% of all people that are being detained in these detention centers are seeking asylum. They're actual asylum seekers. The kid with the bunny hat and his dad, they're asylum seekers. They came here seeking asylum. They are not here. They didn't like try and sneak across the border and then they got caught. They're asylum seekers. And so then people will say, well, they still crossed the border illegally to seek asylum. So let's see what the law actually says about asylum seekers and whether or not they're actually here legal. Okay, so Trumpansies and Demoscenians are losing touch with reality and doing just as they are told by their masters to lure them into idiocracy. I don't know what all that is. What is a Demoscenians? Is that like some sort of slur for Democrats? Who are their masters? And how are they being lured into idiocracy? Kelly, there is a difference between being let in for fear of political asylum than just wanting to come in because you want better money. Yes, there is. But there is a legal process to determine which it is. Okay. And we'll talk about that. There is definitely, you know, asylum does not mean that you can just come in and just say, I want a job and, you know, I want a better life. And then you have to be let in. Asylum has a process. And I don't remember. Okay. Okay. I did not go into the process here. So let me explain a little bit what the process is. Okay. So when you come over here legally, when you come over here legally, or when you come over here to request asylum, what happens is you come over and you go to a port of entry now, mostly, and you say, I would like to request asylum. Like you immediately go to a border patrol agent and ask for asylum. You're not like trying to sneak through and you get caught. And then they say, okay, you either get asylum or you don't. All right. What happens is you go through and you say, I want asylum. And then the border patrol says, why do you need asylum? And there are 4 reasons that you can request asylum. None of them are, I want a better job. And you have to be out of fear for your life. One is political reasons, like you're a political opposition. That's when people came over from Cuba. A lot of them, they were granted political asylum. One is being persecuted based on sexual identity. So like if you're in a country like Iran or something where they murder gay people and they kill people for being gay, then you can come over here and request asylum because you're gay and they're going to kill you if you go back. The other one is like race, ethnicity, things like that. And then the 4th reason is social group. And social group is pretty fluid, right? Like, what does that mean? And it used to be like that you belonged to a specific social group that was persecuted. But now it's been expanded a bit under, I think Clinton did it first, then Bush did it, then Obama did it, Trump didn't do it, and Biden did it. But the idea that, like, let's say that you are being persecuted by cartels. Cartels will recruit people against their will. They'll say, either you join our cartel or you die. And so then people will, like, they've got 3 choices: join the cartel, which everybody agrees the cartels are evil. 2, you can not join the cartel and get murdered, or 3, you can run. And the people that are coming over from a lot of the Central American countries, that is what their fear is. That's the thing that they are fleeing, is the cartels and persecution from the cartels. And like an example, I've told this story on the show before, but I think it's really clear. There was a young one, I had an asylum lawyer I talked to, and he was telling me he had a client. There was this young woman, maybe middle-aged woman, I guess, that came over here. She had 2 sons. One was in his teens and the other was, you know, like a preteen or a tween. And they tried to recruit the older son to join the cartel. He refused. They murdered him. And then at the funeral, they came and they sat behind this mother and her living son and let her know that he was going to join the cartel or he would meet the same fate at the older son's funeral, whom they had murdered. So after the funeral, she went home, grabbed their paperwork, grabbed what they could carry, and they walked across Mexico to seek asylum. Do you think she has a credible fear? Like there's this kind of reflexive reaction that MAGA has where they're just assuming that everybody that is seeking asylum is lying about it. So what she does is she goes and she has this, they have an initial hearing with a Border Patrol agent. Why do you feel like you need asylum? And she said, well, they murdered my older son and now they're threatening to murder my younger son. Right. That seems pretty valid. You know, and so then she gets released on parole. And being released on parole, like it's not like prison parole where you're out allowed to walk around even though you've committed a crime. It's just called parole. I think that word confuses people to where they think that that means you've done something illegal. Being on parole on asylum has nothing to do with breaking the law. It just means you're on, you know, you're allowed to be here until your asylum hearing. And so then they have an asylum hearing where they go and they see an asylum officer. And the asylum officer, their position is just to determine the truth. They're not a representative of the state. They're not a representative of the asylum seeker. They're just there to give their honest assessment of whether or not that person is legitimately got a credible fear is what it's called. And so, and they will contact people back in their home country to verify their story. They'll do some research to find out if that's true or not. It's not just all that person's word. They'll you know, interview the person, and based on what the person's saying and how they react and things like that, they'll determine whether or not that person is telling the truth. And depending on things, the under the Trump administrations, both of them, the approval rate has gone down significantly. It's usually around 60% under the Biden or under the Trump administration has gone down to like 29% of all asylum seekers are granted asylum. Then if you're denied asylum, you can try again. There's something that what I was just talking about is the affirmative course. There's also a defensive course where it's a little harder to get. You can try again with an immigration judge, but that usually doesn't work. If that doesn't happen, they file, you get a deportation order processed, and then you get sent back. So that's how the asylum system works. The main thing is that there is an actual hearing where there is a trained professional whose job it is to know how to talk to these people and how to evaluate whether or not they're true, that actually does research and talks to family members back at home and determines whether or not this is a real thing. Like somebody came over and just said, I'm gay, and then they called back and it turns out that they're not gay. Then they would say, I don't think you have a credible fear. I think you're just using this gay thing as an excuse. So anyway, that I hope that answers your question, because that's the honest answer. Some people can come over here and claim a credible fear and they don't have one. And some people can come over here and have a credible fear and they do have one. You don't want to just deny everything because sometimes people lie. How do we, all right, well, I'm assuming, yeah. So I am assuming that I hope what I have just said answered that question. The cartel is not forcing we're not talking about, that was one example, Josh. There are different people that are coming over here from different countries for different reasons. And every single person that claims asylum has to go through this same process and explain what their credible fear is. All right. Nobody gets to come over here and just say, I'm afraid, and then get sent back. The whole reason we have asylum, in case you didn't know, is that back during World War II, you had people trying to flee Germany. And in Germany, or around the world, there was no fundamental human right called asylum. And so people would just say, no, you're here illegally, and they sent them back to Germany where they could be killed. And it wasn't just Jews, it was all kinds of people, and different, like Bolsheviks and gypsies and other kinds of people were also being persecuted and killed, gays, lesbians. So after that, when we formed the UN, one of the first things the UN did was consider this whole question of asylum, and they negotiated and they figured out it should be an international human right called asylum. Like if you are in a country that is trying to kill you over something you can't do anything about, and it's not like you can claim asylum because they have capital punishment and you murdered somebody, it's not like that. But if they're going to kill you because you're gay, you shouldn't have to stay there where you can get killed for being gay. You have a fundamental human right to leave a country where you're going to be killed if you don't leave it. And so they negotiated and they came up with this idea of asylum. And so they said it's a fundamental human right to seek asylum. However, the other side of the argument was what you're saying. What are you saying? That anybody can just come over and claim asylum and there's nothing you can do about it? So the other side was, no, that's not true either. It's up to each individual nation how to determine who gets asylum and who does not. So the U.S. has laws that are conditioned that state the process for asylum, which actually, to get back to here, let's go to here now. All right. And this is actually a good point. Good jumping off point. Are asylum seekers here illegally? The legal reality versus political rhetoric. The short answer is no. Asylum seekers are legally protected under both U.S. and international law, regardless of how they entered the country. So there's two laws that are primarily here. I'm putting the U.S. law in there first. And the first, it says any alien who is physically present in the United States may apply for asylum, regardless of such alien's legal status. And it also says regardless of whether they entered at a point of entry. The only requirement to ask for asylum, and this is really, really important, the only requirement is that they must be physically present in the United States. Like, you cannot request asylum if you are not here. You cannot be here without entering. International law, contracting states shall not impose penalties on account of their illegal entry. So, like, based on our international law, if somebody illegally enters to request asylum, you can't prosecute them for illegal entry. On refugees who present themselves without delay to the authorities and show good cause for their illegal entry. So if you're coming over here illegally to request asylum, then it shouldn't be prosecuted. So both according to U.S. law and international law, it's not illegal to cross illegally and request asylum. This is a big thing that the Republicans do not really get right. So why does this exception exist? Why don't they just get a visa? Why don't they just do it the right way? Well, there's a reason. Your life is at stake, right? So the whole idea of waiting in line, it's like, if your house is on fire, you're not going to sit there and wait for the fire to say you have an ankle monitor and you're not allowed to leave your house and the house is on fire. You're not going to risk burning down in the house because you've got the ankle monitor on. And if the police came out and they arrested you for leaving the house with your ankle monitor while the house was on fire, that would not be a humane thing to do. So urgency matters. That's what I'm saying. So a tourist visa, can't get a tourist visa and come and request asylum, because in order to get a tourist visa, one of the things you have to do is attest that you don't need asylum. You've already agreed you're not coming over here to request asylum to get your tourist visa. Family visa for most countries is anywhere from a 13 to 24-year wait time. You're probably going to die before then. Employment visa requires U.S. employer sponsor, not available to most. Only about, in some parts of the world, where a lot of the people that are requesting asylum come from, only about 2% of the people even qualify for, even have a chance of getting an employment visa. And even then it can be like a 7-year wait or longer. Diversity lottery, there's that, which a lot of the countries, they can't even get, they're not even allowed to enter the diversity lottery. And the odds are like 0.5%, many persecuted countries excluded entirely. For people fleeing persecution, there is often no legal pathway. There's no legal way for them to come over legally and request asylum. Okay, let me check the comments here and see if I got, okay. Fundamental human rights implies you didn't have to enforce it. It's not fundamental. It's, I don't know what that means. Fundamental human rights implies you don't have to enforce it. I don't understand what your distinction is there. Shouldn't they be held until we verify their story instead of just releasing them in the country? Sometimes they are, but that's all a judgment call from the border person. You've got the reason we don't is that right now I think there's about 4 million people seeking asylum in the country, and we don't really have place for them. A lot of them are like families with children and stuff. They're not a danger to anything. They're not criminals. They're people seeking asylum. Why do you feel we should hold them until we verify their story? And the other thing about that is that we're talking about the law as it is written and enforcing the law as it is written. If you feel like we should verify them, then you should change the law, not just make it up as you go along. If that is not the law right now, then it should not be done. They are questioned. That they have an initial interview with a Border Patrol agent, and then that Border Patrol agent determines whether or not they're telling the truth. Then they have a more extensive one. Are we discussing presidents or politics today? We're discussing some of both, I think. How you doing, Gary? In the future, try to use Romani as the terms for gypsy. Ah, thank you. Okay. As the G word is an old slur that isn't acknowledged in the West. Okay. I apologize for that. And thank you for that clarification. And Kitty was going to say Romani. Romani. I have to remember that. Same wavelength, you and me. Change the process, then legally don't just break the law or turn your head and act like it's not happening. Yes, and what I'm talking about is the current, present legal process. The current legal process is what I am discussing. So I agree with you 100%. Don't just change the process and turn your head and like the one that is turning their head and pretending that the process is not there is Donald Trump and ICE. This is the legal process. And as I already posted the actual law. If you want to change the process, then you have to change the process. Oh, okay. If you notice your comment disappearing, it's because Kitty is deleting racist comments, which I 100% approve of. So just
We're trying a new method. Instead of just banning people, what I'm doing instead is I am removing the offensive comments. So if it's off topic, if it's not contributing, if they're attacking somebody, if they're using racist terms, things like that, they're just going away and seeing.
so what we're saying, we're
what
happy to have people contribute to the conversation.
absolutely, and we
whether
want
you agree
people
with me or not.
absolutely, but we're not going to entertain misinformation or trash talk. There was somebody that kept going on and on about Mexico deporting Americans, so I went and I fact checked and I shared the fact check in the YouTube chat. And when they kept going on, I just kept deleting their comments and they went away.
Real free speech lovers. Yes, we love free speech.
Yeah, but I explained to them, this is not a
Fox News-
democracy. This is a dictatorship in
Yeah.
here.
Fox News does not have
we-
me on TV.
No,
Right?
we
Fox News
choose
doesn't
the
have
information we
me
want people to
on
see
TV.
in our channel. Well, Kelly's channel. I'm just taking ownership because I work here.
It's like you've got to understand.
There's a
not
balance.
every case, free speech does not mean you get to say whatever you want wherever you go. It doesn't mean that nobody else has, like, free speech means you can say whatever you want in my house or in your own house. It does not mean you can say whatever you want in my house. If you come in my house and start insulting my wife, then I can throw you out of the house.
Mhm.
That's what this is. This channel is my house. You can say whatever you want, but I can throw you out for saying it. I'm not arresting you for it. I'm just saying not in my house. Anyway.
Yep.
Oh, hang on a second. I just noticed something. Got it. Hey, Google, turn on the lights. I just realized I don't have my overhead lights on. You got a Google thing?
No, because I'm in the resistance and I don't want them tracking my shit.
So, okay. Guys, okay, that's right. We get a little sensitive about it. Sorry. No fire in theater and all that. Yep. Change the process. Okay, so all right. And we got this over here. I read one of your newsletters the other day and I thought it was really good, and then I forgot to read it today. All right, so back to this. Oh, whoops. All right, here we go. And hide current comment. Okay, so this is the government's, or I should say, I shouldn't even say the government's bait and switch. This is Trump's bait and switch. Person flees persecution and crosses the border. They immediately claim asylum, legally protected. Government ignores asylum status. This is what they're doing now. They're just pretending if you came over here and requested asylum that you came over here illegally, then it calls them illegals based on crossing. So like the guy that had the son with the bunny hat came over here legally requesting asylum. The girl that died of dehydration because she was denied medical care while she was in one of these detention centers, they came over here legally. There are a lot of, right now, there's 70,000 people in detention right now. 40 to 50% of those, they don't give us the actual numbers, but about an estimated 40 to 50% of those are actually asylum seekers. Only 4% of them are actually charged with at all any serious crime. And they want to be, it's not like there's fear of them fleeing or something like that. And if there is, give them an ankle bracelet. It costs like 1% the same as putting them in a detention center. These detention centers are not, we'll go into this next. They're not designed to keep people from fleeing. They're designed to keep people, to make people renounce their asylum claim. Okay. So now let's go back here. All right. So real examples, Jacqueline Cal McQueen and father. I know I butchered that name. I'm sorry. They crossed the border, immediately presented to a border patrol, claimed following asylum. They were following the law. Government called them illegal and let the 7-year-old die of medical neglect. Isn't that? Did you hear about that one, Patsy? That is so sad. She died. Why did she have to die? And then there's this other program. This is the CHNV program recipients. This is the program that Obama started, that the Republicans hated, and that they completely misrepresented. There was all these issues about, oh, they're letting all these unvetted people come in illegally. And the U.S. government is sitting there paying the bill for them. And they're just coming over here to get free health care and all of this kind of stuff. So Obama went and Biden came up with a program called the CHNV. I think it's Cuba, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, the 4 countries it applied to. And there was an app that you could go on this app and fill out a questionnaire and submit like some documents and stuff. And then you'd send them over, and then you would be pre-vetted. Before you ever came over here, you'd be pre-vetted. And then they would look at your case, and they'd look at your papers, and they would make a determination. There's a good chance they're going to get asylum. So then you would get approved to come over on the CHNV program. And then you came over, and you had to fly over. And not only did you have to fly over, you had to pay for your own flight. You couldn't come, like the government did not fly you over. And you had to have a sponsor. You had to have somebody whose house you could stay at while you were here and stuff. So that there would be no burden on the government. And the Republicans started representing this as Biden sneaking people over in the dark of the night, sneaking over these unvetted illegals, which was just disgustingly unfair way to present it. Biden tried to satiate every demand of the Republicans, and they just dishonestly, morosely misrepresented what he was doing. Now, Donald Trump has just decided that these 530,000 recipients, he's just renounced the whole program. It doesn't count anymore. And there's principal, what is it? Post facto something or other. Ex posto facto. And what that means is if somebody, like, let's say they made a law that it's illegal to wear a MAGA hat, just, not that they would or anything, just for discussion's sake. They made a law that said it was illegal to wear a MAGA hat. And so then somebody saw a picture of you wearing a MAGA hat 2 years ago. And so then they came out and they arrested you for wearing a MAGA hat. And you're like, but I wasn't wearing that MAGA hat, that I was wearing that MAGA hat before it was illegal. So you can't prosecute me for that. That's what ex posto facto means. It means after the fact. You cannot prosecute somebody for breaking a law after, if they pass the law after, you broke it. So these people that came over here legally under CHNV program, they came over here legally. Trump renouncing it after they came over here does not mean they came over here illegally. It just means he canceled their legal status. That's actually not just, people, well, that doesn't apply because they're not citizens, which is sort of just completely avoiding the moral framework of the whole issue. You making, like, it's just, you're defending what is innately immoral and it's also unconstitutional, and you're also wrong about the constitutional aspect of the argument. But all of that aside, it's also just an asshole move. Don't be an asshole. You don't have to be an asshole. All right. All right. So John says, my question or statement is not being racist. It's a reason why they should. Nobody's saying, but why should they be held? They're just running for their lives. Like if a people come over and so like a 4-year-old boy, an infant, they should be held. Why should they be held? What is the reasoning behind holding them? They do a pre-screening before they put people on parole. People that are, don't have a criminal record, they do a criminal background check. People that don't have a criminal record get pre-screened before they go out. There's like a 3-day period before they go out with the initial Border Patrol thing. So it's not like they're just let loose into society. They do a background check. Then they verify the story to see if they get asylum. But why should they be held? What is the benefit to that? It's a huge cost to the American taxpayer. And what is the infant going to go out and like steal another baby's bottle or something? Sorry, I'm trying to have us put our minds together in solutionism, as this reads more like a diatribe of personal grudges. I don't know what you mean. I don't like, what are you talking about? What I'm saying? Or are you talking? I don't have any I'm just talking about what asylum is. Biden was trying to do the right thing. I hope they aren't, but I'm pretty certain they are using that data for ICE. I wouldn't be surprised. You can't say what the intentions of a third party are as a fact. I don't understand what your point is. I would love to address your point. I just don't understand what it is. I swear it's like people want to be oppressed. No, I won't do anything about it because my little tum-tum hurts. You can't grandfather in enforcement. Roger. So he's talking to Roger, whoever. But was Roger gone? Is Roger's comments gone? I may be, okay, I think what the total amount of people that actually filed for asylum. Okay, while Obama was president, I think it was about 4 million people requested asylum. There's also a huge backlog. Out of those, I don't know how many were granted parole. Yeah, Kitty? Oh, you got.
I sent you a link in the private chat that discusses how many, so that we can, rather than guess.
How many people seek asylum in the U.S.? Over the past decades, Chinese nationals made up the largest group of asylum seekers from any country. Asylum seekers play a role. Okay, what is asylum? Okay, so how many asylum seekers entered the U.S.? Between 1990 and 2021, the U.S. admitted 760,950 asylum seekers into the country. In 2020 alone, the U.S. admitted 17,692 asylees, a 42.9%. So this seems to be a little bit. Okay, here we go. Yeah, there was a drop during the pandemic because we remain in Mexico or because of the. Okay. More than 165,000 were granted affirmative asylum status between 2013 and 2022. Okay, here, let me ask Claude this. All right. I think maybe that'll be there are currently, I think it's 4 million. All right, we'll see. As of the end of December 25, out of the total immigration court backlog of nearly 3.4 million cases, about approximately 2.34 million immigrants have already filed formal asylum applications and are waiting for hearings or discussion. About 1.45 million affirmative asylum applications and 1.48 million defensive asylum applications. You can also get file for a defensive, like if you were trying to sneak around Border Patrol and you got caught, if you've been here less than a year, you can apply for a defensive asylum. That is harder to get, but that's the law. And I'm just saying, I'm not even trying to like say the law is good or bad or whatever. I'm saying that's what the law is. And if there are issues with the law, then change the law. Don't just change, don't just enforce it differently because you don't like it. Yeah, dangerous. If they're dangerous, they're typically they're refused right away. If somebody comes over here and they're like a murderer, you can't, you can't, you don't even qualify for asylum. And they do the, and they'll get in the background check. And if you look in the reports, they'll have the number of people that were rejected outright for those reasons. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, it's not easy to get documentation even for your own kids who were born in America. It's something Amish expats struggle with too. I wonder if ICE is bothering the Amish. They don't get documentation. There's that's usually like if you're fleeing for your life, you're usually not able to grab up all your personal documents beforehand. I mean, like there are people that are literally fleeing for their life. I mean, that's the main thing. I know that Fox News tries to represent it as all of these people, every single one of them is just sneaking over here to get a better life. But that's why we have a system to find out, to screen out the people that actually are really seeking asylum and those who are just seeking to get a, live in the United States. Do the Amish have a large known criminal contingent, let alone Mennonites or Hutterites? Well, the Amish don't really need I think he's referring to when Amish go to other countries, not when they come to the US. The Amish have I know like a lot of Mennonites and stuff. There's a kind of a hang on one second. Had to turn on my air conditioner. It's hotter than a goat.
The dining room isn't in heat. Cool mode.
I know. All right. Are you back to normal? All right. Sorry for that distraction. So anyway, like they go to other countries and stuff. So I think they're referring to like when they need their birth certificates, and maybe it also has to do with the VRA. Or not the VRA, the SAVE Act. I don't care if it's coming from a Democrat, left or right or whatever. If that's the law, should Trump enforce the law the way that is written? Yes or no? And this is the whole difference, dude. This is the entire difference between open borders and closed borders. Open borders, all that meant is that Joe Biden enforced asylum laws. That's all it meant. Closed borders to Trump means he just shut down the international right to seek asylum and stopped enforcing asylum laws. So I don't care if you think it's ironic coming from a leftist Democrat or whatever. That is the law. So it's like you can't have this both ways. You can't be sitting there going, enforce the laws, and then find out what the laws are and find out you don't like the laws and then say, well, that's what the liberal Democrats. Oh, you can't say that. You're a liberal Democrat. People who come here that are vetted know how much there is to lose. Do you believe the left manages these systems? Yeah, I don't think the left manages these systems at all. I know asylum officers. It's not like there's this leftist movement among the asylum officers or anything. Go look on Glassdoor. You want to see the most unhappy group of workers in the, like, what? Look at the job reviews. The asylum officers right now, they hate their jobs because it's terrible the way the Trump administration treats them. But I think that we need to take the politics out of seeking asylum. Let me just ask you, can you answer this question? I would love for you. If somebody is in a country where they can be murdered because of their religion or because of their sexuality or because of their politics, because they don't want to join a cartel, do they have a right to leave? Yes or no? And can you answer that question? Off topic, there's actually a lot of crimes that happen in Amish community, mostly domestic abuse. Any isolated, yeah. That's true too. By the way, have you ever seen, if you've never seen Banshee, it's this show on HBO. That was a good show. They had some Amish crime people there. It was pretty cool. They have leadership appointed with each new. This is not really true. The asylum offices are really apolitical. But what happened in Bush's or under Trump 1 is they ended up chasing out a lot of asylum officers and replacing them with Border Patrol agents who didn't even know what the policies were, how they were supposed to work. Due to the suicidal empathy, like, have your good intentions, the path is not. I don't know what. Do you know what that means? I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. Yeah. Banshee is a cool show. It's a cool show. If you like fight scenes, like awesome fight scenes and stuff, then Banshee is a good show. Speaking of awesome fight scenes, if you didn't watch, I don't know if anybody cares about these things, but Night of the Seven Kingdoms it's like restored back to first few seasons of Game of Thrones greatness. It is really, really good. And one of the best fight scenes in cinematic history is on the last episode. No spoilers. Okay. All right. So now let's go back to this. Okay. Okay. So go back to here. All right. So what do the courts say in Sales versus INS? Asylum seekers who enter legally are still entitled to full asylum hearings. So again, this is just talking about the actual laws and all of that stuff for the people that think that we should enforce the laws as they actually are. Illegal entry shouldn't be held against asylum seekers since they often have no choice. The Cardozo of Fonseca, the refugee definition and asylum protection are humanitarian, not criminal law. U.S. courts have consistently ruled that asylum seekers are legally protected. And one of the things that I find fascinating, I don't know if you will or not, but you know who the one of the biggest advocates for that would side with the asylums and fund their legal cases in all of these courts? Like the main advocate for them. Do you know who it was, Patsy? Because you're a smart person. The Lutheran Church used to be like really, really, really into defending asylum laws. Like, nowadays it's like somehow anti-Christian if you are pro-asylum. But the Christian church actually did a lot to fight for asylum laws back in the 90s. The illegal as a weapon versus the actual political rhetoric. It is protected under U.S. law. It's protected under international law. You're entitled to hearings and due process, and you cannot be removed until your claims are heard, according to the law. Political rhetoric, they broke the law. They're illegal aliens. They should have come legally, which, Anyway, criminals and invaders. The bottom line, asylum seekers are not here illegally. They are legally protected under both U.S. and international law. And the illegal label is political propaganda designed to justify cruelty toward people seeking protection. Don't let them lie to you about the law. So that I wanted to talk about asylum and what it actually means, because the next thing I want to walk through is the detention centers and the people that are being held illegally in detention. Okay. People should be free to seek protection from their own government and appeal to foreign governments when their domestic government fails them. That said, citizens should be free from the burden and criminality. Okay, but what burden and what criminality are you referring to? So like the 530,000, where they were vetted before they came here. They came here, they paid for themselves, and they had to have a sponsor. These 530 statuses that Donald Trump just decided he was going to cancel. There is no criminality and there is no burden. There's zero burden on the United States is not paying for them. And they've already been vetted before they ever even came over here. So there's no crimes involved. They didn't even cross the border illegally. So what criminality are you talking about? Can you say that Donald Trump was wrong to cancel their thing? Yes, please do. Like, comment, subscribe. I love that. Thank you. Yes. Especially the like, the comment, and the subscribe. Good, succinct comment. But what do they present? Like, if somebody comes over here, and this is, the first 6 months, they're not allowed to work. They have to be here 6 months before they're allowed to work. So they need to have some way to eat. So there are some places that have laws that, they have to be put up somewhere. But the goal is to find, homes for them and to find sponsors. A lot of them have sponsors that are relatives or whatever. But you're also talking about people who are being persecuted, right? You're talking about people that a lot of them are poor, a lot of them that don't have money that's saved up, a lot of them that actually had to pay coyotes a whole bunch of money to be able to come over here. So it's like there's a humanitarian aspect to this too, right? Hello again, Kelly. I hope you're doing well. Hey, it's Amp. Arn, I can't figure out, I don't know what that letter thing is there. How do you pronounce that name, Kitty? Arn Bor or Arn? I have mild dyslexia, which makes it even harder. Can you phonetically say how I'm supposed to pronounce your name? Where would you hold them while they are waiting for their illegal? Yes. So your claim is that no vetted people have committed crimes. And I'm saying that people who haven't, if you've vetted people and they haven't committed crimes, you shouldn't be assuming that they may commit a crime someday. Nobody's committed crimes until they've committed crimes. But I am saying that people that are vetted and they haven't committed crimes are not criminals. How you doing, Brett? So Brett, we have sort of modified our modification, our monitoring rules. We're deleting racist comments and comments that are just over the, like distractions from the conversation, but we're not banning people. We're just trying to monitor the conversation rather than kicking people out. Brett is also a monitor. My two monitors are Brett and Kitty. Aren't Thor? Oh, I never would have gotten a TH sound out of that. Okay. Is that a letter from another alphabet or something? You're on mute. Is that right?
Norwegian or Finn?
Oh, maybe, yeah. They need to appeal before arrival. What do you mean they need to appeal before arrival? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Read the actual laws. If you want to change the laws, then change the laws. But they can't appeal before they arrive because they can't apply until they're here. How do you do that? How can you appeal before you leave if you can't apply until you're here? It's a thorn from, it's a thorn from Old English. It's a the sound. Well, look at Dusty with your big brain. Look at the big brain on Dusty. I love that. I love that movie. I'll answer the question. It's hard for both sides. I don't know what question. What question did I not answer? Did I? Where's okay. Where should we hold? Oh yeah, that's a good question. Where do we have right now? There's, what do we say, about 4 million asylum seekers? Where are we going to hold for that? Like, and we've got 4 points, why don't we just put ankle monitors on them if you're really worried about, like if they're not dangerous, just put ankle monitors on them. It costs 1% as much to give somebody an ankle monitor as it does to put them in a detention center. And by the way, these are people that are coming over here seeking asylum. They are not trying to run away. They weren't snatched up. They went and they turned themselves in so that they want to go to their court hearings. Why are we snatching people up at immigration hearings if we're like sitting there saying do it the right way? How can you do more the right way than actually show up for your immigration hearing? Hey, Skippy, I'm sorry you missed the Jesse Jackson part because I think you would have appreciated it. I was talking, as I was doing this, I was thinking about how like the 80s and 90s, the Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Coalition kind of set up the current Democratic Party coalition, right? And then the other side of that was your boy, Pat Robertson, and how he was like pre-Trump. He was MAGA before MAGA was cool. And so anyway, I was just thinking about that today. Like Jesse Jackson versus Pat Robertson is now like that conversation they started is still going on. Apparently our government has made it too easy to, our government hasn't changed anything at all, John. The immigration laws have not changed in like 30, 40 years. If we want to change the laws, we should change the laws. But our government did not make it easy to come here. It didn't make it any more difficult to come here. It didn't change anything at all. Just the number of people that are fleeing and requesting asylum has changed. Not that we did anything at all. I don't ever remember voting on an immigration law. And this is, you have a really good point. The last major immigration reform, I think, was in 1986. It was under Reagan. And right now our immigration laws are just completely outdated and completely messed up. And you've heard me probably before. We really, really have changed everything. We really need to change everything. We need new immigration laws. There is no internet in this world. When Joe Biden used the internet, Republicans complained about it. Like I was saying, the 530,000, how do you think that they applied before they came over here? Again, the 530,000, I want you to like really think about this. 530,000 people applied before they came over here. They had their status reviewed. They were got a conditional acceptance to come over here. They paid for themselves to come over here. They had sponsors once they came over here where they could stay. All right. So all of the things that you're worried about, the criminal status and, you know, having to support them and applying before they came over here, all of your conditions were met with those 530,000. Was Donald Trump wrong to revoke their status? Yes or no? I just realized the character is under the T on the Apple iOS keyboard. Oh. So that's the capital? Interesting. Congress had a bipartisan immigration law until Trump told Republicans to kill it so he could run on fixing it. Also, I didn't answer my inquiry as to what actions an asylum seeker can actually be held responsible for. I don't know what you mean by what actions can asylum seeker actually be held accountable for. I don't understand.
He thinks that everybody on the left, I hate the generalization, but everybody on the left is thinks that immigrants should get away with crimes.
Oh. Why do you think that? Is it like, are you like thinking that I think you must be like thinking about sanctuary cities or something. Anyway, we're going to stick on the asylum topic right now. I think I've honestly tried to answer your questions. I don't want to get like derailed completely. So I've answered your questions. We're moving on. Thank you. I think I've been fair. What do you mean held responsible? Yeah. Yes, but with ankle monitors, the detention centers can't earn money. Exactly. Which, by the way, I went over this the other day. Detention centers are that when you spend $40 billion on detention centers, somebody's making $40 billion. That's a good idea. I don't know. I wish Democrats would like point this out. Just give them ankle monitors. They're a lot cheaper, a lot easier to monitor. Be intellectually honest. I am being intellectually honest. The implication that nobody has said that illegal immigrants cannot commit crimes. No, like you're saying be intellectually honest, and then you are presenting a completely dishonest straw man argument. Your question, your demand here is not an intellectually honest argument. You be intellectually honest. Okay, first of all, illegal immigrants and asylum seekers aren't illegal immigrants. Okay? And secondly, asylum seekers commit crimes less often than American citizens do. So if you're being intellectually honest and you want us to be intellectually honest, you be intellectually honest, CSS. Where is your evidence that asylum seekers commit more crimes? Asylum seekers are definitely disinclined from committing crimes because it's going to ruin their seeking asylum. You don't walk across an entire subcontinent to get here and then just, steal a pack of Hubba Bubba and get sent back. Do you vote? Nobody votes on the federal laws except for representatives and senators. Asylum seekers are legal. That was kind of the whole point of the whole thing I just went through. Okay, so with all of that, do you want a sticker taco truck? So was taco trucks this anyway? MAGA doesn't want comprehensive border policy. They want to deport everyone not born here. All right, so now I wanted to go through that because I think it's very relevant and pertinent to this whole thing. But before I go into the next thing, I'm going to just take a short intermission here. I'm going to pitch something. All right. At my peak, I was 220 pounds. And this morning, I hit 159. And I've done this without like any calorie counting or keto or eliminating food groups or anything like that. I've done two things. I just eliminated like really processed foods. I'll open a can of tomatoes. I'll use frozen vegetables because sometimes frozen vegetables are, and frozen berries are actually, they like pick them, flash freeze them, and then, they're healthier than the 2-week-old fresh ones that are sitting in the produce aisle. But other than that, minimally processed foods I'll use, but processed foods in general, I don't eat. If I'm not eating frozen meals or anything like that, I'm not ordering from DoorDash where it's like 50% salt anymore, and just cutting out those two things. And the other thing is I started milling my own flour. And so here, just want to show you something I made. That is a cake I made this weekend. It is because I want to show you, I am not, eliminating sugar. This cake was so yummy that I wish I could give everybody watching a bite. It is a triple chocolate chip cake. I made it with fresh milled flour. I used soft white wheat that I sifted. It's just so soft and tender and moist. It was so yummy. And the other thing I made is, I don't know if you've ever heard of trenchers, but back in the Middle Ages, they would make these meals, one of the most common meals were called trenchers, and they were sourdough bread that would double as a plate. And they would take like stews and beans, and they would put it on top of this sourdough bread, and then like they would just eat it right off of the bread, like an open-faced sandwich, but the bread was also the plate. And so I made this intentionally stout sourdough bread out of hard red wheat and hard white wheat. And then I also got some dry beans. I made my own barbecue, my own smoked baked beans. I put them on the smoker for a few hours along with some smoked sausage. This was so good. Like, I was not expecting it, but the molasses in the beans and the sourdough flavor in the bread it gave me like a sweet and sour impact that I was not anticipating. It was so good. So like, you can eat. If I were a younger man, I would open up a food truck or a restaurant called Trenchers. I could sell out of these things like crazy, just different versions of it. It was so good and so filling. But I've been losing weight and eating the best I've ever eaten in my life. And a lot of it is by just eating this, using fresh milled flour. So I want to share with you this one thing. I'm an affiliate for Nutrimil, and I got this thing called an Artiste, and this is a mixer. And what I like about this mixer is that it when it mixes, you see it's got this thing right here, and the little handles for the mixer, and you can see it here better. It doesn't, like with a KitchenAid or something, it kind of just beats on the dough to knead it. This kind of comes up and under the bread, and it kneads it, and it's designed to mimic hand kneading. And that's really important, because once you start getting into it, You want to maintain a certain temperature for your dough while you're kneading it so it doesn't start activating the yeast too soon. And with the KitchenAids, it'll heat up your dough like 20 to 25 degrees and activate the kneading too early. But anyway, or activate the yeast too early, so then it doesn't get the same rise and everything like that. So I got this kitchen mixer. I started using that a few months ago. The very first time I used it, the bread was so much better that I actually wrote Nutrimill and said, hey, can I be an affiliate? Because I want to tell people about this, but I want to save them some money when I do. And they have a sale on it right now. If you use MPK20, you get a 20% discount. So you save $40 on the regular price. And on top of that, you get this bread bundle, which is right here. And that's, you get these two really nice enamel covered cast iron steel pans. You get these, I forget what they're called, but they're these things that you put them in the pan first. So then when you pull out the pan, when you pull out the bread, you don't have to worry about tearing the bread. And you get an upgraded paddle for your RTs. You can also, if you want, fortunately, what happened is they keep selling out of the grains, or the mills, but the classic grain mill is what I use. When they come back, I'll let you know. But honestly, I just want to encourage everybody, if you are not eating fresh milled flour, try it. I have a Amazon link. I don't have it here. I'll post it in the thing, but like, just go on Amazon, they have grain mills that start at like $60, $70. Just try it. It is so much of a better way to eat. It's so much healthier. I'm not lying, I had diarrhea about 4 or 5 times a week for about 20 years. And I tried all kinds of things. I had like multiple colonoscopies. I had multiple endoscopies. The doctors could not find out what was wrong with me. Since I've transitioned to fresh milled wheat, nothing but like solid poops. Sorry to get graphic, but I'm telling you, my metabolism has improved. I think that's also why I'm losing weight. It's just my metabolism and my gut health are so much better. There's so much more nutrition in fresh milled flour. There's so much more flavor in it. You can do so much more with your baking as you learn to use it, because you can choose what kind of flour you want, which means you can choose how much gluten is in it. Anyway, I just wanted to take a couple of minutes and pitch all that. I probably won't get anybody to buy an Artiste, but if you want one, just go to Nutrimill, go to Artiste, and then when you check out MPK20. All right, so let me you could hollow the bread out to put stew in it. Yeah, I think that's the way I was supposed to do it, but man, it's so good. It's so good. Even if you just buy sourdough and baked beans, try beans on sourdough. Yeah, micro. I think with these kinds of things, you have to change your lifestyle. People are always like, well, I went on this diet and I lost 40 pounds. And as soon as I went off, I gained it all back. And I'm like, so, okay, you got fat eating a certain way. Then you stopped eating that way and you lost a lot of weight. Then you started eating the way that made you in the fat in the first place again, and you got fat again. But it's the diet's fault. That cake, I'm telling you, I really wish I could give you a bite of that cake. That cake, here's the secret to chocolate cake. Put a cup of hot coffee in the batter. Then you won't taste the coffee, but it gives the chocolate so much depth. I prefer truth over what people think. Most people prefer comfort and illusions and narrative over physical truth, nature, and laws of reality. That's good. Thank you, John. I don't know what I'm. What did I? Somebody say something about humility somewhere. Anyway, I hear that from people all the time. It's usually going to be paired with some unhinged belief or sales pitch. Without it, our blind bots consume us like cancer. Well, apparently we've got a pro-humility crowd, which I agree with. Mass is also energy for what it's worth. Thor ever figured out how a toaster works? By the way, I already know the answer to my own question. Does that machine make humble pie? I don't know. I don't think that it does. Because I don't think that humble pie mixes. Somebody likes beans. All kinds of beans. Beans, like I love different cultures. I love different foods. I love experimenting. I think almost every culture in like the history of mankind has had some kind of amazing food involving beans. Beans, they're good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you fart. Okay, you don't have to out yourself with all your trading comment and then get defensive about it. I have an entire bottle of instant coffee for baking. Beans, they make you fart. Beans, the magical fruit. The more you toot, the better you feel. So let's have beans for every meal. And the thing about fresh milled flour is it's so much higher in fiber than regular flour. It's also the bioavailability is a lot greater. Like the nutrition, when you get whole wheat flour, it's nowhere near as nutritious as fresh milled flour, because the moment you mill it, it starts losing its nutrition. And like within 3 days, most of that is gone, and then the oils in the bran start going rancid. So that's why like people are like, they let white, like clean white flour actually tastes better than whole wheat flour, because you get that rancid, that taste that you don't like in the whole wheat. That's because it's been sitting around. But with fresh milled flour actually tastes way better than either one of them. Black bean. Oh, Dusty, I make something I call burrito brownies, where I make brownies with black bean flour, my Nutri-Mill, my classic, my mill. I know that some people use like cooked beans, but I use just dry black beans. I milled them to make black bean flour. And then instead of oil, I use an avocado. So I use an avocado and black beans to make brownies that you would not know weren't made from regular flour and sugar. You would never know. If they are so good. But you can just use an avocado in place of the oil. There's enough oil in the avocado. I like bean patties also. Bro, I don't know. This word, it seems like a food. We're very low key. My favorite food in the Caribbean. Oh, are those like the Cuban bean dish? That's so good. Like black beans and rice, the Cuban black beans and rice. Avocado oil also has a very high, it has a high smoke point, I think is what you mean. But yeah, I use avocado oil for like, especially like when I'm cooking in my cast iron, because it's got such a high smoke point. Please pray for the lost left. They approve criminals and drug dealers, woke agenda, and rapists. Well, that's a very helpful comment. Rice and beans. Ad hominem is always the last vestige of a losing argument. I've disagreed with most perspectives here, but this is the foundation of civics and civility. With the understanding of a better, yeah, I agree. I think if we disagree respectfully, we will eventually agree. As long as we keep things to facts, and I will change my mind if somebody gives me an objective argument that's reasonable. And there's been a couple of times on this show where people have corrected me and I've switched. All right. All right. So, all right. There we go. So anyway, if you want to get the Artiste MPK20, and don't forget to add on the free baking kit with it. But regardless, I encourage everybody to start working with fresh milled flour. It is a game changer, both for your health and for your taste buds. All right, so now we're going to go into the next thing I wanted to talk about, which I've mentioned this before. A few times. I have had a very weird and complex life, and I spent about 15 years as a Christian minister. I was I know that liberals aren't supposed to be Christians, and a lot of people think that they're, you know, like night and day or whatever. But I spent 15 years. We had, you know, a church where we had a lot of college kids in it. And my job was, like, I went to the campus and I'd have Bible studies with them, and I would just shepherd them and help them through their college life and personal problems and things like that. It was actually a really nice way to make a living. And I went to a Bible college. I've read the New Testament like well over 100 times. I'm a really fast reader, and so, like, I read the New Testament once a week for an entire year. I've read the Old Testament at least 7 times from cover to cover. I've read the New Testament well over 100 times. Read the collected works of the church fathers. Read about like thousands and thousands of other people. Like, I'm not saying I know more than anybody about the Bible and stuff. I'm just saying I do know more than most people. So I'm not just coming in. This is not like some attack on Christianity or something. I think there's sometimes, you know, MAGAs act like if you mention the Bible, they call you the Antichrist. But I've been considering the MAGA position on illegal immigrants, and especially these detention centers and stuff, and the actual Bible. And there was a verse that I've been thinking about a lot, especially. So I've got this slideshow here. And this is, you know, ironically called the cruelty behind the cross. There should be maybe quotation marks around that word cross there. There is a cruelty behind the MAGA version of Christianity. How ICE detentions violate both the Christian values and constitutional law. Like I say, MAGA never stops talking about the Bible and the Constitution, and they don't seem to have ever read either. So let me, well, hang on. Let me first, before I go into this, let me tell you, this is my view of what a Christian is. A Christian is someone who expresses Christ. That there is a, when he was on the earth, he expressed his Father. And now in us, we express him. What we do, what we say, everything represents him. So, like, you know, I can't think, I dropped the name. One of the, Augustine said, preach the gospel always, and when necessary, use words. if you're really living the Christian life, and I've had this happen several times, where people will say, you know, you're different. What's different about you? Why are you different than all the other Christians I know? And that's because I'm not trying to shove the gospel down their throat. I'm just living my life trying to respond to what Christ in me is doing. But of all the things that the Bible says, one of my favorite verses is, love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast. Somebody was talking about being humility there earlier. Yeah, love does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. So this is even just these three words, love is kind. I think that, to me, kindness is God expressed. Kindness is love expressed. Kindness is the difference between saying you're a Christian and being a Christian. It is your acts. It is the acts of being a Christian. If you're not kind, then you're not living Christ. That's my personal view. I'm not saying you need to be a Christian. I'm not saying anybody is or isn't a Christian. This is just my personal view, that if you're a Christian, you should, like, if you're living the Christian life, kindness will be a virtue in you. I do not see the current situation with the detention of immigrants as something that anybody could ever describe as kind. And yet the entire MAGA movement tried to define themselves as a Christian movement. All right. So there's 73,000 current people being currently detained, and about half of those are asylum seekers. And as we just talked about, asylum seekers are not here illegally. They're not here. They're not criminals. 74% of them have, 74% of all people don't even have a criminal history. And then most of the people that have a criminal history at all are things like they ran a light, or there was a rolling stop, like they're misdemeanors and traffic violations. Only, like, I think it's only 6% of them have any kind of violent criminal history. And that's not that's all the detainees, not the asylum seekers. So we've got Jacqueline Cal Menquin, a 7-year-old child from Guatemala. She died of medical neglect in CBP custody. Her family was denied water. Father was forced to sign English forms that he couldn't read. So they forced him to sign these papers. He didn't know what they were. The family was denied food and water. She died of, the cause of death was dehydration. She had some other conditions which made it worse. But if she had just gotten some water and some medical care, she probably wouldn't be dead right now. I'm just saying, killing children is not kindness. Killing children is not the Christian thing. And then you've got Liam Canejo Ramos, a 5-year-old child. He's the one, the kid with the bunny hat. He was detained in Texas for 10 days until the public outrage forced release. And here's the thing I think is so horrendous, so horrible, so inhumane, and so unkind about all of this. Liam and his father, they were two that came over on this program that I was just talking about, the 530,000 that had been pre-vetted and had filled out all the paperwork, and they were not living on the country's dollar. They had sponsors. They did everything as absolutely 100% the right way as they could. And here they were detained, and this is one of those things where they just they were detained, rather than admit they were wrong and let them go, ICE continued to detain them, and they said that they would, release them if they renounced the asylum claim. I mean, can you imagine that? We'll get into it. They're torturing children to get their fathers to renounce asylum claims. They're saying, well, your child can be tortured here, or we can deport them and get them murdered there. And is that Christian? Is that kind? Are you okay with that? Like, at what point is ICE wrong to some people? I don't understand. Like, if you're going to say you're a Christian, then defend what is Christian here. This is not Christian behavior. Okay, so we've got some. I've been putting up positive stickers around my neighborhood, definitely suggesting if your neighborhood cabs don't often ticket for it. Do they collect works included Enoch and the Dead Scrolls? The Dead Sea Scrolls are not part. The Dead Sea Scrolls were, which I have read, by the way. The Dead Sea Scrolls were considered, they were ancient, they're pre-New Testament. They're not part of the collected works. The collected works were church fathers' writings from the early part of the church. The Enoch thing, I think, is like an apocryphal book of the Bible. I just wrote it, but neither one of those would be considered the collected work. Like there were the writings of Augustine and people like that. I just wrote a paper about this last week. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that it's our job to impose the law that is written in the Bible. And this is a really accurate observation. In fact, if you read all the Gospels, this is one of the really striking things. Jesus did not condemn any sinners. Like, he never went up to sinners and said, oh, stop sinning, you bad person. I mean, he would, like, there was the woman that was caught in adultery, and he told her, go and sin no more. So you can say, well, he told her not to sin, but, don't want to go into that. It's more, he was speaking into her, the empowered to not sin. But he didn't condemn her, he forgave her. They were going to stone her. And he said, he who is without sin cast the first stone. All right. There was one group of people he would criticize, one type of person he would criticize. And those were like the Pharisees and the ones that actually went around trying to tell other people to follow the law. And in the New Testament, Paul addresses these people. He says, you who say follow the law and do another, you who say one thing and do another, do you not know that there is a worse place because of than them because for you? Like, there's literally a special place in hell for the hypocrites, for the people that go around and like condemn everybody else and try to make everybody else behave in a certain way, and they don't worry about their own thing. The Bible is, the New Testament is clear. Don't worry about if other people are sinning. Where are you at? Where are you at? Okay. The Roman Empire was the bad guy usually. I recently heard a proverb where Jesus healed a Roman soldier because it was right to do as a medical provider. He did heal a Roman soldier's daughter. I think that might be it. But that was interesting. It was a centurion that he healed her daughter, but that because he was a Gentile and he healed the daughter, then that was like an indication that he wasn't just there for the Jews. Micah 6:8 is a good one too. That's the thing the new Christian society should always understand. Christ did not want you to come forced by gunpoint to listen to what he said. He wanted you to accept him with open arms. It's very common here. I think we're getting somewhere. Even like CC doesn't agree with everything. Respectfully, could this verse be applied to the act of? I never understood what virtue signaling is. I think I don't understand what virtue signaling is. I've looked, I've read the wiki page. I never understood what it is. I don't know what virtue signaling is. The only thing I can understand about virtue signaling is that to say something is wrong and make somebody else feel bad about it somehow means that you're pretending that it's wrong in order to make somebody feel bad about it. If I say racism is bad, I'm not virtue signaling. I'm not sitting there trying to pretend that I am this great person. I'm just saying, if it makes you feel bad that I say racism is bad, why do you feel bad that I say racism is bad? Like, I don't understand what virtue signaling is. It just seems like virtue signaling is an excuse to be a terrible person. And then you can just say, oh, you're just virtue signaling. Like, I don't understand why that is. Why can't we just talk about the thing that is being signaled about, Like, if I say criticizing DEI, I don't even know what virtue signaling is. I just know people say it all the time, and some sort of, every time it's brought up, it has somehow to do with something like where somebody was actually taking a moral position on something. Don't forget to be just as well. Justice for all is hard to come by. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of Christ. The Father had righteousness and he had love, and these two things, like he was morally right and he was also filled with love. But in order to satisfy his rightness, his righteousness, he had to send his son to die for our sins. And so that then when his son died for our sins, that paid the debt to his righteousness. It was his way of reconciling this righteousness with his love. But the love was the motive. Bots have calmed down recently, Brett. It's not always bots, but a good chunk of them are sent during the major news events. I wish I was being tinfoil hat about that, but it is genuinely empowering. Yeah, a lot of it you can tell by the numbers as they jump in and out. Like, all of a sudden there'll be like 84 people, and then it'll be like 110 in 1 second. So like when it's inorganic additions, you can tell there's some bot activity. So if you break into your house and go to jail, should I get to stay out because I have kids? I honestly, Melanie, I have no idea what you're talking about. What relevance that is, what hypothetical you're talking about. If you break into my house, you broke into my house. Are you trying to compare breaking into somebody's house with crossing the border illegally and requesting asylum? Because that would be kind of weird. Let me put it this way. Let's say the neighbor's house is burning down, and they come running into your house and saying, help, help, my house is burning down, my kids are in there. And then you called the cops on them for breaking into your house. Should they go to jail? If a child gets sick, it's the parent's fault. Not if the parents are in prison being denied the ability to take care of their child. Melanie is upset. Melanie seems to be, I don't know, like sometimes it's hard to tell with MAGAs whether they're honest people or just adhering to talking points. I'm like way behind in the comments again. Trump supporters lost the ability to think rationally. All right, so we're not as far behind as I thought. I think, what time is it? Oh, I'm only a few minutes behind. Okay, in the downtown section of my city, there's a lot of red circle with a slash over the top of Elon Musk doing his hail salute. Somebody must have spent thousands of dollars. Oh my goodness. Those, I wish I had one of those. At what point do we say we don't take care of everyone and don't come? I think I had someone of the Democrat side say this. Don't. Well, John, at what point do we? Like, if you feel like there should be a point, we do that by legislation, and we have like honest honest conversations about it. At what point, at what point does somebody lose their right as a human being to leave a country that's trying to murder them? Like, what is the point? We are like, in terms of number of asylum seekers and refugees that we accept, we're barely scratching the surface compared to other countries. 1/3 of Lebanon is refugees. I think we're like below 2%. What are you even saying, Melanie? I'm pretty sure we are required to feed prisoners no matter what, especially children. I also thought the collective punishment is a war crime. Yes. In fact, we'll get into this. The conditions at a lot of these detention centers is so low that if we had actual prisoners of war in there, that it would be a war crime. What did yes, Gru AOC for saying that? I know she saw the writing on the wall, but holy cow, she makes herself look like an ass so often. It was taken out of context. What did AOC say? Virtue signaling is self-celebrating the standard norms of today as if they are moral accomplishments, and then using them to mischaracterize others in order to put them down and highlight unjust self-evaluation. I have no idea what that means. It sounds like, okay, self-celebrating the standard norms of today as if they're moral accomplishments. I don't know what that means. And using them to mischaracterize others in order to put them down and highlight unjust self-evaluation. Okay, how does that definition not perfectly describe Stephen Miller? Virtue signaling is like telling everyone that they should help the homeless while simultaneously not doing anything for them themselves. Okay, what if you can't do anything for them? And what if you say that we as a society should help the homeless? Like, I think that there's this kind of, oh, well, if you think we should help the homeless, why aren't you going out there? Why don't you have them live in your house? And it's like, well, I can't. That doesn't mean that, you know, you have to personally be involved in things. I think that there's this, I think that the words virtue signaling are used to dismiss social responsibility. I think that it's a cop-out. I think that they're just words that what are some of the other ones? Like virtue signaling is one of them. Accusing people of being woke. They're just things that people shout to avoid having a conversation. Like, I think the real virtue signaling is saying virtue signaling. I like the Gorilla Social Help at Young Mug. I actually do all the time despite my being disabled myself. The people putting up stickers do it for the love of the game. It's all to perception. If you claim to be better because you care more about the homeless while also doing nothing for them, then you are virtue signaling. But how do you know, like I see people use this on social media. How do they know if you're not doing anything? Like I feel like they use it to avoid having a conversation. You're just virtue signaling. And so then it's like, okay, and even if somebody is virtue signaling and they're not doing anything for the homeless, does that mean that we don't need to do something for the homeless? I feel like it's a cop-out word. I feel like the thing that they're trying to say about virtue signaling is actually virtue signaling. The right views the left's imposition of their ideology, specifically on their children, as a trespass the left refuses to acknowledge. Okay, give me an example. How is the left trying to impose their ideology on their children? As such, the left invites in counter-cruelty and feigns victimhood. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, feigns victimhood. What victimhood? Who feigns victimhood? Nobody has ever feigned victimhood as much as MAGA. MAGA acts like if somebody else can read a book about gay kids in the library, then somehow they are a victim. Like all of a sudden the left is trying to impose their ideology on them just by letting some kid read a book. It's not even their kid. But having that book be in the same library their kid is in is somehow imposing victimhood. How is the left ideology trying to impose itself on the right? Like, how is that happening? This is like a vague, abstract bucket of weirdness. That's what she said over and over, and she got clipped saying, "Don't come." Okay. Oh, she said asylum seekers don't come. I don't, like with anything, I always look at context and the rest of what they said. It's too easy to distort somebody. I don't think that we do ourselves favors when we take something somebody says out of context and try to represent it as something that is not what they actually believe. So too many immigrants at one time puts too much of a strain on resources and our ability to take care of our own and strain. Okay, that's a nice hypothetical conversation. What too many is, whether or not it's putting a strain. There are several studies that show that right now we actually need those immigrants. We could actually use more. The mass deportations are actually going to damage the economy. And so when you say too many immigrants at what time, how many is too many? Where is your basis for saying that? Do you have actual real data to support that? And Dusty, that's because Trump opened up TPS for Venezuelans right before he left office. That was one of the times, yeah. Don't whataboutism. I'm not whatabouting anything. I'm not whatabouting you. I am saying I genuinely do not understand specifically what you are saying. Please give me an actual example of virtue signaling. Like, what is it? Tell me something, not with vague words. I do not understand. Because every time I hear Republicans talk about virtue signaling, they're just mad that, somebody said racism is bad. If somebody is says homelessness is bad, and then they're homeless, what if they're homeless when they're saying it? Should they be doing something about it? Why does it have to be that if somebody has a position that you disagree with, they have to be the champion of that position in order for you to have a conversation? There was also a pandemic that wreaked havoc on economies across the world. Yes. Biden there were 2 instances of TPS. And the reason that matters is TPS, in order to, TPS only applies if you're already in the country when it was granted. And so there's 2 ways, it can be extended, and it can be reinstated, or not if it's extended, that means that people that were still here, that were there when it was initially set. So if it was set on October 8th, 2015, for instance, which is just a date that I just made up. But on that date, if you were here before that date, you have TPS. Doesn't matter whether you came over here legally or illegally or whatever. As long as you can prove you were here before that date, you get TPS. If you come over the next day, you can't get TPS. It only applies if you're already here, which is why when Republicans say things like, oh, it's just inviting people to come here, it doesn't, because it only applies if you were already here. Another thing that can happen is a new order can be extended, and then that changes the date. So that's what Biden did. So there are people that are over here on TPS that was granted by Trump, and others that were granted by Biden. But now Trump is ending all of it. On the internet, it is 100% a cop-out, but claiming that you don't no, I don't understand what the definition is. I really don't. And it's not that I haven't tried. Right now, I'm having a conversation. I just feel like it's so hollow and so empty that it's just meaningless. It's just every time somebody said, like people just say virtue signaling to avoid a conversation. Can you separate your feelings about virtue? No, I can't, because nobody that ever uses it seems to be able to do it. Like, I would just love to hear an actual example of virtue signaling and why it's wrong. I know, and I'm trying to engage in that debate. But I genuinely do not get what virtue signaling is supposed to mean. These books you speak of contain, no, they don't. But that's not really the point either. Are you for real going to act like Marxism isn't an imposition? I don't think that Democrats are trying to impose Marxism on the children of today, or trans secrets between teachers. Nobody's trying to force your kid to be trans. I think that there are children who are trans who have parents who are abusive. And if they talk to their parents about that, they will be abused. I know children, I know people that happened to. Not every trans parent is understanding of the kid being trans. And so they need help. They talk to a teacher. If the teacher tells the parents, hey, your kid is trans, then that kid could be beaten. This is not imposing something on your kids. This is a kid being able to have a confidential conversation with his teacher without his parents abusing him. I don't see how saying that a kid should be able to be protected from his parent is virtue signaling. And it's like, what? I feel like this is such a weird conversation. I was like a teen back in the first Trump administration. That extra context you added is appreciated. I wasn't very plugged in then. Just read the username. That's a good one. It was a pandemic and other things. But the citizens are saying, what citizens? What citizens are saying we have too many? And if you want to change the law, change the law. And what citizens? What citizens are saying that? If the citizens want it, the citizens should vote people who change the immigration laws, and the immigration laws should be changed and signed. We have not changed the immigration laws. You don't just get to say, oh, we won this election. Like, there still needs to be change to the immigration laws. Right now, the Constitution has three branches of government, right? The legislative branch, the executive branch, and the judicial branch. The legislative branch writes the laws. The executive branch enforces the law, and the judicial branch reviews the law. Right now, there has been no update in the law. If you want them to update the law, call your congressman, call your senator, and say, change the immigration laws, or vote for people who are going to change them. But they have not been changed. Bro, you literally read my definition and then said, what about? Yeah, because Stephen Miller acts exactly like your definition. But you're sitting here talking about how it's like the left doing it. I don't think anybody ever accused Stephen Miller of being a leftist. The citizens don't have the full picture. There is also citizens saying, let them come in. Right now, the majority of citizens say that Trump is going too far, according to polling. Have to be a productive member of society. Keep being chill, Kelly and Kitty. Thanks for stopping by there and productive member of society. So let those who want them. But that's not how the law works, CSS. That is not how the laws work. You don't get to just sit there and say, well, I want my tax dollars going to this and this and this. I don't want my tax dollars paying ICE to go out and murder American citizens, but here we are. TPS for natural disasters allows new people in, right? Genuine question. Only if the president, okay, if there's a natural disasters are one of the reasons that TPS can be granted. But there has to be a new national disaster, and it's a one-day thing. Like, let's say there was an earthquake in Haiti, which, there, and so a bunch of people from Haiti that are still there, which, came over, and then Trump granted a new date for TPS. Then everybody that's from Haiti as of that date would be allowed to stay. But there has to be a new date. There has to be a new declaration of TPS. The biggest spike of border crossings in a long time was in 2019 under Trump. What does that even mean, CSS? The money that was spent and given to immigrants in cities like New York, Chicago are now suffering and will be raising taxes on citizens because city is now looking at a budget crisis. So what? What does that have to do with anything? Again, you don't like the laws, vote for people that change the laws. You still have to change the laws. And as far as I can tell, the cities of Chicago and New York are not sitting there protesting asylum laws. Like they didn't vote for Trump. The way you talk about virtue signaling as a phrase is almost how agreeing with anything Trump does is considered MAGA. I can't even claim to be a Republican without being considered MAGA. I know lots of Republicans. Actually, I don't consider Trump a Republican. If you told me you're a Republican, if you told me you're MAGA, I would have a hard time believing you're a Republican. That's number one. But again, it's not like, just tell me what virtue signaling is. Just give me an example of virtue signaling. It just seems like a cop-out to avoid a conversation. Like, let's say, you accuse somebody of being virtue signaling about homelessness. Why not just talk about homelessness and how to recover, how to help homelessness? Like, have the conversation about the thing. What productive thing comes from just yelling about virtue signaling? This is what I'm saying. It's a deflection. It's a retreat from the actual conversation. Instead of talking about virtue signaling, talk about what DEI is and talk about how we have systemic racism and what we can do to recover from it. My issue with everything, and both the left and the right, and why I have this show, is I want to talk about the issues. I don't want to talk about the politics. Like, there is an actual issue here. The immigration is a real issue. Asylum is a real issue. Virtue signaling, just saying virtue signaling, whether you're if you're virtue signaling or whether you're yelling about virtue signaling, either way, you're distracting from the conversation. Talk about immigration reform. That's why I keep saying, somebody's saying, oh, there's too many citizens that have to pay for this and too many people are coming over. Okay, what do you do about that? How many is too many? What can you do? How can you reduce the number of asylum seekers? How do you control that without denying people the fundamental human right to seek asylum? Have actual conversations instead of just choosing a partisan side. Like, what we need is to really talk about things instead of just defending one side or the other. And it's like MAGA does it, the left does it, but the MAGA seems to think only the left does it. That's got nothing to do with immigrants, John. What is 100% imposition? What is the imposition? Who is imposing what on whom? Everyone who says, but that's not people, because, okay, first of all, closing the border just means ending asylum. Again, that's the only difference between Biden and Trump when it comes to asylum policy, is Biden actually followed the laws for asylum. Trump is not following the laws according to asylum. So closing the border is actually just really, really horrible rhetoric. The border was never open. There was just asylum claims were honored. And the law was followed according to the actual law that was written. Change the law. I think Stephen Colbert posted online the full interview that, yes, he did. I haven't seen it yet. Anyone who tells you the poor are the reason for the government not doing anything is lying to you. The left causes cruelty to immigrants by busing and flying. So what about when Greg Abbott does it? What about when Ron DeSantis does it? These are engaged. No, that's not virtue signaling. How is that virtue signaling? This is what I mean. I'm trying to have a conversation. You're yelling about virtue signaling. Have a conversation. YouTuber chat isn't interested in law. They are interested in enacting revenge on others for their ignorance and poor choices. Picking and choosing the rights of non-citizens over citizens. Nobody's picking and choosing the rights of, what does that even mean? How is it like a contest? It's not like you're losing your rights because I say, oh, you can't, like I can just see, like in 1946 Germany or 1944 Germany, would you have been like the Jews if we allowed them over, be talking about how it was costing you your rights? What rights are you losing? In the ways the current laws are there is systemic racism has nothing to do with the way laws are written. It's the way that the society exists. Like demographically, there is evidence of systemic racism. And it's not about white people getting better or worse treatment based on their skin color. We'll table this conversation for another time. But this is just a complete misrepresentation and misunderstanding of everything. It is the MAGA way to try and actually deflect from the real conversation. Right now, if you look at socially, economically, educationally, healthcare, virtually any way that you look at it, Blacks are disproportionately negatively affected compared to whites. So is that one of two things? It can only be one of two things. Either that is because Black people are just inherently inferior and they just fail to succeed because of that, or there is a systemic system that is artificially holding them down. All saying systemic racism means is that it's the latter. Systemic racism exists. Demographically, it is proven that systemic racism exists. Asylum law, another dumbass. Asylum is not a dumbass buzzword. Asylum is like a law. I understand the change of the asylum argument. Thank you. But Americans don't like their taxes being raised for anything, especially. We haven't raised their taxes because of immigrants. And again, this is like, I don't see people on the left sitting there going, we need to, most people, like right now, you look at the polls and it's like, Biden is or Trump is underwater on immigration right now. People are fine getting rid of illegal immigrants, especially the violent ones. People are not okay with locking up asylum children and torturing them so that their parents will, recant their asylum claim. You're okay with your tax dollars torturing children. I'm not okay with that. Your taxes are being raised because of immigrants. Actually, immigrants pay more in federal taxes than they receive. Undocumented immigrants. It is not a contest, it's reality. Elected officials do not represent foreign nationals. What kind of argument is that? Nobody's saying they do. Whenever, all right. So I'm dehumanizing you by calling you MAGA. How is that? And it's a monolithic point of view. You're sitting there saying that it's okay if other people have to die because you don't like what they're saying. I don't even understand. I call you MAGA because you call yourselves MAGA. That's not dehumanizing. I actually, if you watch my show with any kind of frequency, when people use the word maggots, I specifically say, please don't use that word on my show, because I don't want anybody being dehumanized, whether I agree with them or not. I won't use the word maggots. I will say MAGAs, but that's because MAGAs is a self-identified term. That is something you refer to yourselves as. I am just using the word that you describe yourselves as. I didn't say you are a MAGA, technically. I'm referring to a MAGA argument. It's personal choices being fed by racists who feed the victim theory. Illegals don't pay taxes. They depress working class wages. Rainbow Kitty, how you doing, buddy? How's it going? My gender dysphoria is getting better. My partner cuddled me until I felt better about myself. I'm happy for you and your partner. So let's go back to the, whoops. Let me go back to the deck. All right. Boy, it can be hard to have an honest conversation sometimes. Okay. So they did it the right way. This is what I'm like. You hear people say, well, if they want to come over here, why don't they do it the right way? So the 530,000 CHNV, which is Cuba, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. These 530 program recipients, they applied from their home country. They passed their background checks. They flew legally to the U.S. airports on their own dime. They never crossed the border illegally. They got work permits legally. They are sponsored. They found their own sponsors. Did not cost the government anything. Did absolutely everything illegally. Then Trump just took it away. Hours after inauguration, he revoked their legal status. Instantly made 1.6 million people lost their protections. And all of a sudden they were illegal just because he said so. Not because they did anything illegal. They never broke a law. They didn't even break a law coming here. But now they're illegal because Trump took away their TPS and suddenly they're here illegally. And some of these things are still in lawsuits and it may turn out, it may get reversed. But this is really terrible. And this is why I want to go back to, is this kind? Like, you call yourselves Christians. Is this Christian? Is this love? Like, you're sitting there trying to defend cruelty. Why do you have to call yourselves Christians and then defend cruelty? I have talked to so many people who refuse to consider being a Christian, not because of anything in the Bible, but because of the people that supposedly represent what the Bible says and the cruelty, the constant cruelty. This is just cruelty. It is cruel to torture children so that their fathers have to make a decision between their child being tortured or their child being murdered. If following the government's own legal process makes you illegal, then illegal just becomes meaningless. It has no meaning at that point. And this is like, I know that some people are going to say, oh, you're being hyperbolic by calling it torture. All right. Let me highlight this. Geneva Convention requires for POWs. This is actual prisoners of war. Need to have beds and blankets. They need 90 square feet of living space. They need regular showers and soap. They need monthly medical inspections, or at least access to them, and protection from unpleasant treatment. In ICE detention, they're sleeping on concrete floors with plastic sheets. Most of them have no soap, diapers, or toothpaste. You have children like screaming in pain, being denied care. And you have the ICE, the guards or whatever they are, like walking around laughing at them, making fun of them, making racist slurs and jokes, calling them bodies. 2025 was the deadliest year on record. Was it the deadliest or the second deadliest? Don't know what the final tally was. Deliberate cruelty to forced deportation. There's some nuance in the whole thing with the deadly numbers, because what would happen is they would like when somebody was about to die, they'd put them in an ambulance and drive off as fast as they could. And if they were in the ambulance before they died, they didn't count as being died and having died in custody. But you know, ICE was still responsible for their deaths, so it's kind of just semantics. ICE detention reality, conflict. Okay. Oh, I see the AI thing's messed up. All right, so the MAGA Christian contradiction. What Jesus said, love is kind. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. Let the children come to me. What did you do to the least of these? You did to me. You know, well, love is kind was actually the Apostle Paul. But what MAGA does, MAGA denies soap to babies. They use children as bait. They separate families. Then they post Christian memes about deportation. And Matthew 7:16 says, by their fruits you will recognize them. You go and you look at the fruits of the flesh and the fruits of the spirit in Galatians 5. And tell me which of those describes Donald Trump. There is a cruelty that's there. This isn't about politics. This is about basic human decency. If we claim to follow Christ, and again, I spent 15 years as a Christian minister. I'm not anti-Christian. I love Jesus. And I think that, he has saved my life in many ways, on many occasions. But I see nothing of him to do with this whole MAGA America First movement. There's nothing in the Bible that says America should be first, or any nation should be first for that matter, not even Israel. There's nothing about Christ. There's nothing at all about Christ that is remotely connected to this whole MAGA movement. All it is just cruelty and meanness. All right. So, whoops. That's right. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. So that is the last of the last slideshow. So I'll just start going through the comments now, and we'll see how long we go. You are starting to argue just to win. You can't agree. What am I supposed to agree with, and what am I supposed to be arguing just to lose? Like, why aren't you arguing just to win? Why can't you agree sometimes? I am telling you what I think. My thoughts have, like, if you tell me something I did that was wrong, I will admit that I was wrong. But I'm not just going to capitulate just because you would disagree with me. You just placed me in a category because I don't agree with the entire left. You just placed me. Where did I say that you are in a category because you don't agree with the entire left point of view? That never happened. What taxes? There were some, especially in New York City, they had a deal where asylum seekers had to be housed, and so they were like filling up all these hotels and stuff. But that was a New York City law, and they were getting all these asylum seekers in New York City because the Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis were busing up truckloads of people there. Literally trillions of dollars the past 30 years. Oh, you're talking about the how much undocumented migrants, undocumented workers pay in taxes. They pay a lot and they don't get it. They don't get it back. Beware the man who attempts to use your beliefs as a cudgel against you. I'm not. It's you. I've noticed, CSS, you don't actually engage in the conversation. You talk around the conversation. Does the Bible say love is kind or not? Is torturing children kind or not? Deporting people who only know what it's like to live in America. Yeah, one of the things, like the DACA, like if it's like people are like, well, they shouldn't have come over here illegally in the first place, and it's like a 3-year-old child, you know, their dad is like, we're going to America, but daddy, that's illegal. No, we're going to America. Beatrice stamps her feet. I cannot tolerate this, Father. I must insist that we remain here. It is illegal. I refuse to break the law. Like, what are they supposed to do? Like the kids, what are they supposed to do? Are you saying the United States needs to be overseen by you? Did I say that? Did I say that the United States needed to be overseen by the UN? Because if I didn't say that, then I think that answers the question, right? I am not saying that. I don't know what that has to. The laws have not changed between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. The only thing that's changed is under Joe Biden. I know this is going to be hard for some of you Trump supporters to like wrap your head around. Joe Biden actually followed the law when it came to immigration. Donald Trump is not following the law when it comes to immigration. That is the difference. Donald Trump is not enforcing the laws when it comes to asylum claims. He is breaking the laws when it comes to asylum claims. There are actual laws which have actually been written and passed by Congress. And you can go and you can read those laws and you can see that Donald Trump is not obeying them. I know that your whole mechanism is just to yell Joe Biden bad, Donald Trump good, and to not actually look at what the supporting facts are. But the only one breaking laws when it comes to asylum is Donald Trump. Whether Joe Biden is dopey or not, at least he followed the law. Talking improperly leads to this silence. Your vote called for this. Now enjoy a taste of it in the chat. God, I miss the good old days when Disney taught us that you would love and respect everyone, no matter who they are or what they do, what they like. A lot of people could learn so much from High School Musical. It's just like Why can't we just have a conversation about just what's decent? What is humanly decent? Like, is it humanly decent to torture kids to get their father to recant their asylum claim? Maybe the I see. That's where you were talking about the UN. I think we should, I just think we shouldn't be holding children in detention centers that don't meet the standard of a prisoner of war camp. Like, if they were really, like, think about it. If they were really, actually, authentically invaders, as Donald Trump said, our treatment of those children would be a war crime. So it's forcing legal citizens to endure the results of mass immigration when those who vote for it never see the results in their own day to the IE. This is just blather. You're not saying anything. I mean, this is just empty rhetoric. Love ICE. I hope they keep up the good work. Have fun getting all upset about it. Okay. Endure what? What have you endured? Yeah, I mean, it's like, this is just, I think, like, if I sound really extreme in my propaganda screed, then it must be true. A lot of other nations are very good with diversity. It's the US that isn't. Let me look this up. Just like, which countries have the highest percentage of asylees and refugees, and where the U.S. fits in this. Because I would like to address this this notion that we have, like, massive number compared to other countries. And the answer is pretty striking. Great question. So I asked, which countries have the highest percentage of asylees and refugees? Where does the U.S. fit? Great question. And the answer is pretty striking. It dramatically reframes the America as overwhelmed negative. The biggest refugee hosting countries are Turkey, 3.1 to 3.3 million, Iran, 3.8 million, and Germany, 3 million. As of mid-2024, Iran was the largest refugee hosting nation in the world with nearly 3.8 million refugees, and Turkey was second with more than 3.1 million. But per capita is where the picture gets really stark. Lebanon has the highest number of refugees per capita in the world, with 1 refugee for every 4 nationals, roughly 1.5 million Syrian refugees in a country with only 5.9 million people. Jordan hosts the second highest number of refugees per capita, with more than 2 million registered. Palestinian refugees and over 760,000 individuals of other nationalities. When Palestinian refugees under UNRWA's mandate are included, refugees make up 1 in every 3 people in Jordan. The broader pattern is perhaps the most important context. Low and middle income countries host 71% of the world's refugees, and the least developed countries provide asylum to 25% of the total. The wealthiest countries just 24% of the world's refugees. The vast majority of people fleeing conflict end up in the nearest neighboring country, often one that is itself quite poor. The U.S. has roughly 2 to 3 million people with pending asylum claims, as we discussed. In a country of 340 million, that's less than 1% of the population. Compare that to Lebanon, 25%, Jordan at 12 to 33%, depending on how you count, or Turkey at even 4%. Even Germany, with its large refugee population and similar overall population, hosts a significantly higher share per capita than the United States. The USA is a large country with significant administrative backlogs, but by any per capita measure, it is far from the top of the list, even among wealthy nations. So when you're talking about, this rhetoric about, oh, well, we're overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by what? And actually, the most economists will tell you we benefit They contribute more to the economy and more to our taxes than they take. So Michael talks about the delusional lies, but once again, does not talk about what is being lied about. MAGA runs on cognitive dissonance and Trump's bullshit. Have you considered the troubling habit of treating every person on the right as if they are Trump himself? I'm not treating I'm treating you as you, not treating you as Trump. But have you considered like just actually engaging in a fair and honest conversation? Like I respond to you and you don't respond back to me, you just shift and make another ad hominem attack. You still haven't answered the question. Let me answer a couple of questions I have for you. Is there a fundamental human right to asylum? Yes or no? Is it in American law? Yes or no? Does the President of the United States enforce the law? Or do they just decide what laws to enforce? Condoning cruelty is condoning cruelty. Oh yeah, and should you torture children to get their fathers to reject asylum or to renounce their asylum claim? It's all cruel. See, it's not all useful or insightful or factual. And I'm not MAGA. I can see people see value in it. I'm not saying you're MAGA. I'm asking you questions. And it's all cruelty and meanness. No, it's not all cruelty and meanness. Torturing children to get their fathers to renounce their asylum claim is mean. And it's cruel. Yes or no? I'm not wrong. And I'm not saying whataboutisms. You won't answer questions. He doesn't practice what he preaches, that's for sure. Brett's talking about CSS here. It took years to complete immigration process. Trump is deporting people legally in the middle of the process, not criminals. Trump is deporting people. Do you mean illegally? Yeah, he's deporting people illegally, and he's canceling immigration proceedings where they already went through all the thing. He's trying to revoke citizenship status for people. I mean, people that came over here the right way, did everything the right way, actually became citizens. Now he's trying to take away their citizenship status. I mean, like, at what point can people like CSS say Trump did something wrong or that it is wrong? Can you just admit that it is immoral to torture children? I'm not getting angry and shouting. And you're not engaging in a fair debate. You have not yet cited a single actual thing. You're just trolling. Trump wipes his butt with your Constitution. He does. Oh, there was no open border. That's just empty rhetoric. Following asylum law is an actual law. Following that is not open borders. There was this thing that was there the entire time Joe Biden was president that was called the Border Patrol. Did he cancel the Border Patrol? Did he send them all home? Could you cross the border anywhere you wanted without anybody stopping you? Why did we have so many encounters, record encounters, if there was nobody encountering them? Open borders didn't exist. Exactly. Open borders certainly never existed. It's just one of the things that I really wish is in 2016, the first time Joe Biden or that Donald Trump started yelling about open borders, I wish the media had called that out and just said, there's no such thing as open borders. Now everybody's like open borders, open borders, open borders, as though that's a real thing. There were never any open borders. The open borders is just wrong. We've always had, at least, in the last Trump era, had border patrol there. There's never been open borders. Nobody can ever describe what open borders means without lying. Fraud, billions and billions payments for votes. I don't know what that means. What kind of dummy still believes a pathologically lying pedo con man with Alzheimer's? Exactly. You overlooked my comment about you claiming I was white. I didn't say you were white because I never made that. I never said that. Then you say, I'll own up to it if you tell me I'm wrong. I never said you were white. You remember you told me you were black? I never said you were white. Where did I say you were white? I didn't say you were white. How do you claim to know what other people feel and think? That's a strictly leftist miss. Okay, but you're telling me what other people feel and think. I'm responding to things you said. I am inferring from your arguments that the things you are saying are the things that you think. Epstein interview, he says Democrats like to buy votes using minorities, then last. Guaranteed they'll have seen it. What are kids? I mean, I don't even know what that is supposed to mean. What are kids doing in these camps? You mean like, why are they in these camps? They shouldn't be. They're in detention centers. They're not camps. They're detention centers. And apparently they're, being neglected. They're not being given food. They're not being given water. They're dying. They're being tortured. Watch Gumball lectures on immigrants. What is that, a YouTube channel or something? Young man, pound your fist on the counter and demand to speak to a manager. It's your world. We're just living in it. Clearly, you have never been a meter for a war crime. Peak civilian energy. You have been? I'm saying there are standards for war prisons or for prisoners of war. We are not the current conditions that are in these detention centers would not qualify for prisoners of war. Now you can sit there and talk about peak civilian energy. I was in the military. We never tortured people. And if you're like, okay with torturing children and you think that just insults and hollow statements make it okay, then fine. That's you. But yeah, I think that when a child is neglected healthcare, a 7-year-old girl is neglected healthcare and food and water and then dies of dehydration, I have an issue with that. I have an honest issue with that. And if that to you is virtue signaling, then whatever. But I still have a problem with it. And I really, really don't understand how anybody could not have a problem with that. CSS, the right constantly tries to tell trans what they feel and think all the time. Yes. I mean, the idea that the left is trying to tell the right what they feel and think. The entire right-wing platform is trying to tell the left what they feel and think. And somehow feeling or thinking or behaving differently than the way that the right wing sees the world makes you wrong. Like it's nuts. Where are the prisons for the kids? They're putting kids in these detention centers. Okay, let me ask. So I just asked, what percent are children? Okay. I asked, what percentage of the immigrants currently being held in detention centers are children? This is a question where the answer has shifted dramatically in 2025, and the data is genuinely alarming. The current numbers, ICE has held about 73 1,000 people in January 2026, an 84% increase from a year earlier, and roughly 6,000 of those were classified as family units, parents with underage children as of mid-July. That puts children at roughly 1% of the total detainee population by head count, but the framing underestimates the scale of problem considerably. The more meaningful metric is the surge. The number of children in ICE detained on any given day has skyrocketed, jumping more than sixfold since the start of the administration. ICE has around 170 on average day under Trump compared to around 25 a day during the last 16 months of the Biden administration. On some days, ICE has held 400 or more children. At least 3,800 children under 18, including infants, have been booked since Trump took office. There is a 1997 legal agreement called the Flores Settlement that is supposed to limit children detention. At least 1,000 children were held longer than 20 days, which is the court-prescribed limit. So what happened with Flores, if you don't know, this was a policy that was actually under Clinton, where they would, not ICE, the whatever it was called back then, they would hold children until their parents came, and then when their parents came, they would arrest the parents. And so there was an agreement that you couldn't hold children more than 20 days, and that kind of held until Trump. It came up under Obama because they just couldn't process them fast enough. So there were some people that violated Flores, but the goal was always to get them out. With Trump, the idea is to keep them in. He is not accidentally or, doing it to where he can't get them out. But the principle is you should not be detaining children in detention centers for more than you have to. Okay. Okay. So so the parents in the court filings have described difficulty getting water for infant formula, food contaminated with mold and worms, and children with no toys resorting to playing with rocks. Congress passed a budget bill in July 2025, giving an unprecedented $45 billion for building new immigration detention centers, including family detention facilities, at a time when there is increasing concern about detention conditions for undocumented children. It is worth noting that the percentage of children relative to total detainees is low because ICE's overall detained population is enormous, but the absolute numbers of children in detention and how long they're being held represent a significant policy shift from the Biden era, where family detention has been largely discontinued. I don't understand why you need to detain children. These the parents of these children, the ones that are trying to get asylum, they're not trying to run. They ran here. They're not going to run away. There's no need to detain them. I do not understand why they would be detained. Somebody talks about the cost. The cost of detaining them is like 100 times as much as just putting them on giving them an ankle bracelet. Why not just give them an ankle bracelet if you're worried about them leaving? Obama deported 3 million. Yeah, this is not about deportations, Jester. Like Japan. Did you just say that Trump? Man, this is mass immigration may not be affecting you personally, Kelly, but it's affecting other. How? How? There's actually a net positive impact, and it's like mass immigration. What does that even mean? First of all, we're not talking about undocumented immigrants here. We're talking about asylum seekers. And it's not a negative impact on society. Obama had 0 rape allegations. Trump has 29. He wins something. Why did it not affect your life until you were told to in 2024? The U.S. isn't good with having things forced. Nobody's forcing anything on you. What about things being forced on us? What about those of us who disagree with Trump, who have things forced on us? Is that good? What about all the things Trump is forcing on us? What about the things that I have to pay for financially? I don't want ICE agents murdering American citizens, but my tax dollars still went to that paycheck. And then you say, with those people, then demonize us until our culture needs to adjust to. What about the person that murdered those citizens, the people that murdered American citizens? And I'm told that those citizens were domestic terrorists. They were demonized. And I'm being told I have to accept it. I don't accept it. And I don't accept that somehow you're the good guys and the victims in all of this. You know who's the victims? The people who are getting murdered. You know who's the victims? The children who are being tortured in prisons. What do you think is the moral position here when it comes to torturing children? Is it okay to torture children or not? You won't address the real conversations because you know you can't. So you have to like run around in circles. At least 6 provinces in Canada are we're down. We're not done to go down. Obama followed due process and the Constitution. Obama's deported 80% were convicted felons, and Obama didn't kill American streets in the he didn't send 3,000 ICE agents to go and destroy an entire state's economy either. Biden named 0 things after himself. Trump did. 23% of messes. No, they don't. Another good question is, why are so many why so many desperate to get to the U.S.? What they running from? Well, they're running from cartels mostly, but from different places. Some are running from the Chinese government. Some are running from cartels. Like that's part of the asylum process. That's why they're running from those other countries. It's not that they're desperate to get to the U.S. They're desperate to get out of where they're being persecuted. That is what asylum is. %93 of MAGA statistics are pulled out of Trump's butt half the time. Donald Trump saved us 2,000%. He lowered the price of drugs 2,000%. 2,000%. Now you can get paid to take your medical marijuana. He's got some stiff competition from Donald Trump. He thought the stealth bomb, you can't even see it if you're standing right next to it. Magnets stop working if they get wet. The airports in the Revolutionary War, that the first thing they did is they went and they took out the airports. But yeah, he's a genius. With people who don't pay taxes and they send their money back home. What about it? They do pay taxes. This is all already been addressed on other shows, but yeah, they pay taxes. Some of them send money back home. That doesn't mean that they don't still help the economy. A lot of them have either they have their own kind of social security number, or they have fake social security numbers and they pay money into federal taxes. We actually know exactly how much money they have paid. They are never going to see that money again, but they also pay state taxes. If they rent a home, then the property taxes get passed on to them through rent, and they pay that. if they buy food, they don't, there's not like I'm an illegal immigrant, I don't have to pay the sales tax on that. The idea that they don't pay taxes is one born purely out of ignorance. Stop spewing ignorant talking points. How much? And once again, I also want to point out, we are not talking about illegal immigrants here. We're talking about asylum seekers. And so while that, okay. Nope, Trump is. Okay, yeah. Oh, the most ignorant person. With people who don't pay taxes. Okay, there we are. All right, so let me put this back up. Okay, the numbers are substantial. I asked how much in total taxes do illegal immigrants pay? The numbers here are substantial and come with some genuinely striking context. The total undocumented immigrants pay $96.7 billion in U.S. taxes in 2022, including $59.4 billion in payments to the federal government and $337.3 billion in payments to states and localities. Given that the undocumented population, including 10.9 million people in 22, this works roughly to $8,889 per person. The American Immigration Council's more recent figures put the number at $89.8 billion in total taxes in 2023, including $33.9 billion in state and local taxes and $55.8 billion in federal taxes. So let's just put that baby to rest. They do pay taxes. And whether they send money back home, that's a whole other thing. They also spend money, and sending money back home doesn't really change. It's not that significant. Ad hominem is what you deserve. That hairline is what you deserve. Hey, for a guy that's almost 60, I feel like my hair is doing pretty good. I work in construction. Oh, wow. You must know everything. Osama Obama. Why do you call him Osama Obama? What does that mean? Deported 3,000 illegal aliens and Trump was due. So, I mean, that we're not talking about deporting illegal aliens. We're talking about torturing asylum seekers. How many people seeking asylum did Obama torture? How many children did he torture for seeking asylum? 97% of legal Mexican immigrants support deportation. We're not talking about whether or not. Look, people, we're all okay with deporting people that are here illegally. Especially the worst of the worst. But right now we're talking about whether or not you're okay with torturing children because their father is seeking asylum. Are you okay with that? I noticed that you have to rephrase the conversation to avoid the actual conversation that we're having, which is that asylum seekers are being detained in prison even though they have done nothing wrong, and that the children are being put there, and that the conditions in those prisons are so bad that they qualify as torture for prisoners of war. Are you okay with that? Obama didn't do that. Joe Biden didn't do that. Nobody else has done that. Donald Trump is the only one who is doing that. Please keep up. We are talking their best and brightest. Someone answer, how many did Obama deport? Why is that relevant? MAGA, please, how about you answer, how many how many children did he torture for seeking asylum? MAGA Light is a better description. We are talking the best and the bright. Ad hominem, asylum is a fundamental human right under Article 14 of the Universe. No, but what about, as I cited for you the actual American law too. Do you want me to show that to you again? I can do that. This is why I went through the trouble. I know you were here. Shoot. Oh, wait, that's that one. Okay, so here we go. Let's go back here. The actual law, USC Law 8, U.S. Law 8, USC Section 1158A1. Any alien who is physically present in the United States may apply for asylum, regardless of such alien status. That is an American law. There's also an international law, which I also included. Oh, whoops. Forgot to share the screen. We'll do it again. Right there, U.S. Law 8. That one, the top one. That is U.S. Law 8, USC 1158A1. Any alien who is physically present in the United States may apply for asylum, regardless of such alien status. And let me just in case you want it, just in case you care, here is the entire law, a link to the entire law in the comments section. Let's not pretend that there is no law in the United States about asylum just because there is also an international law. I voted for all of it. No, you didn't. Because Donald Trump never ran on that. Donald Trump never said he was going to. Where is his campaign promise to torture children? I never saw one. I don't think you did either. I don't see the campaign commercials. Crimea River is a good comeback. How many citizens did Obama kill in the streets? None. Oh, yeah, but Donald Trump is up to 2. There was one he killed in his own house, but that was in a different country. Oh, yeah. Good answer. Good answer, Glenn. We are talking about their best and brightest. MAGA is not a political ideology. It is a cult of personality. I don't believe any children are being tortured as a matter of policy, but they are. Whether you believe it or not is immaterial. There is a child who died in ICE custody because ICE refused to give her water. A 7-year-old child died in custody because she was deprived basic necessities and healthcare. Whether you believe that or not is totally irrelevant. It happened. Just saying you don't believe it doesn't bring her back to life, doesn't make it go away. This channel is exactly like what you voted for. If you get out of line, you will be deported. Either was CSS Christy Nome doesn't care. Christy Nome. She's quite a work. I have a 200-letter count limit and can't explain everything in one comment. Of course, I'm going to say stuff to get you hyped. Okay, but you're not saying anything constructive. Like you're not trying to actually make a coherent argument that means anything. How many children did Biden and Kamala lose track of? That's a totally misleading thing. And by the way, that study that you're citing, the 300,000 or whatever it was, that's not them losing track of it's started, I think it was from 2019 to 2023. So like half of them were under Trump anyway. I watched 8,000 people cross the Rio Grande in a single day in person. No, you didn't. I wish they could have checked in the Russian collusion hoax too. There was no Russian collusion hoax. Obama departed. Oh. Yeah. I think we're about done with you, Glenn. There's never sand a shell. So says the guy that just refused to believe that this 7-year-old girl died and therefore she didn't die. If an American voters decided to do away with immigration altogether and stop taking any if the American voters decided to do away with immigration altogether and stop taking, okay, the American voters wouldn't have to do that. The American Congress would have to do that. You're talking about voters, but voters don't make laws. Like I've been told very, very vehemently by many, many, many Republicans and Trump supporters that we're not a democracy, we're a republic, right? So if we're a republic, which I'm pretty sure we are, which is a type of democracy, by the way, but the Congress has to change the laws. Congress has not changed the laws. I don't understand what part of that you're struggling with. No, but border laws were enforced. Trump lied and said the radical left created transgender. Yeah. And doctors are like teachers are sending boys home as girls and girls home as boys. And actually, you said you were black. You are going to say that I have to follow the rules or get deported from the channel. Yeah. Open borders means border laws are not enforced. Border laws were being enforced. The one that's not enforcing asylum laws is Donald Trump. I am black and Trump is a pig. Asylum is a law. Like I am black and Trump is a pig. Except it was enforced, Cosman. Yes. Asylum is a law. I don't understand why we even have to have conversations. It's like up is up. And it's like if Donald Trump told the world that circles have right angles, then I would spend the next 3 days debating with MAGAs that circles don't have right angles. I remember one time when Donald Trump pronounced the word Thailand. He was saying Thailand, he pronounced the word Thailand. And I made a joke about that on Twitter, and good old Dinesh D'Souza or whatever, he was gonna drag me, and he quoted and he said, actually, in most of the world, it's pronounced Thailand. It's the only in England or in America that we call it Thailand. The British pronunciation is Thailand, and it's just total nonsense. I was like, dude, I've been to 34 countries, including England, and nobody has ever pronounced it Thailand before. You're just wrong. And I dragged him back. I ratioed him on his own stupid Twitter account. But this is what happens. It's like Donald Trump will say something stupid, and then MAGA will sit there and defend it to the uttermost. I'm surprised I haven't had any arguments on here about how magnets really do stop working when they get wet, and how there really was an airport in the Revolutionary War. Trump killed fishermen who are surrendering. And, I think there's a good chance that at least some of those boats were fishing boats. And I don't care if they were fishing boats or drug boats. Either way, it was murder. You can't just go blowing up boats because you think there's drugs on them. Like, if they were drug boats, it was still murder. So you want to vote for it, but you don't want to apply to you. I think you just basically encapsulated all of MAGA in a single sentence there. They want to vote for it. They you know, they're all for cruelty as long as it's to other people. You notice all their stuff about the SAVE Act. It's always they, them, or not in the pronoun sense, but they're always talking about, well, if they can't do it, if then they shouldn't, as though only Democrats are going to be affected by it. One thing that let me see if I can. Here's something that I think is interesting. Probably the group of people that is going to be affected the most. What happened? The group of people that are affected the most are the one that's going to have the most people. Are just based on sheer number is married women. And nobody's saying that they're too stupid to know how to do it. But married women that do not have their registration updated are going to have to go through the trouble to update it, and not every single one of them will. And some of the ones that won't will do so either because it's too much trouble. There might be some that, it's just not possible. But a lot of them, it's just, they've got a lot going on. Married women, they might have kids that they need to take care of, and it's just all of this trouble. And some of them aren't going to vote. Some of them are just not going to vote. And that's the goal. But you know what? Look at this. Look at this. I didn't realize this at first. Based on data through my knowledge cutoff, here's how married women voted in the 2024 presidential election. Married women broke significantly for Trump, which was a notable shift and a key factor in his victory. Exit poll data showed it. Married women favored Trump by roughly 57 to 42% over Harris, a margin that surprised many analysts. This continued and extended a longer trend of married women leaning Republican, but the voter margin was wider than 2020. The gap between married and unmarried women was stark. Unmarried women, single, divorced, or widowed, went heavily for Harris, often cited around 68 to 32%. So this is, to me, very ironic, right? They're sitting there talking about the women, and they're just too stupid or whatever. Like, that's what they act like we're saying that, and that like the married women we're just looking for Democrats. I think that making anybody have to jump through extra hurdles to vote is wrong, including Republicans. But I think that what they're missing the boat here on is that the SAVE Act is actually going to have a greater impact on Republicans than Democrats. Like, over half the people that this affects are going to be Republicans. Married women voted big time for Trump, but nobody talks about that. Anyway, I think that's really interesting. So, and they're going to be, it's not like there's going to be but I'm a Republican. I voted for Trump. This law shouldn't apply to me. Yeah, I remember all that nonsense. Nothing there of anything that matters to anything. Do you gullible Trumpanzee bootlickers at least get yourself something nice with your dog's Doge and tariff ritual checks? Or residual check, refund check. I am not gaslighting. TDS is real. The irony. Back-to-back comments. Gaslighting much. TDS is real. Don't know how to tell you this, T-Bone, but TDS is not real, and saying it is gaslighting. The catchphrase virtue signaling is being overused in the last 24 hours like ad hominem. Everybody's saying it. Hell, I'm a Democrat and I voted for Trump. Oh, you, Jeter, he has to say this every single time. I voted for Trump because the left would hold. Okay. You voted for Clinton, or you voted for Trump because the left wouldn't hold Hillary accountable, even though Trump wasn't being held accountable because of your vote. Jeter, come on. Derek wants his name back. I don't know exactly what Hillary was supposed to be held accountable for, by the way. Son of Cole of the Ritz-Carlton of New York City. I don't know what all that's about. I don't keep up on all the weird MAGA conspiracy nonsense. So Zero Dark 30 pushed false narratives based on true events and first banned accounts. Then why did Osama put... I have no idea what that's even supposed to mean or how it's... What does that have to do with asylum? They'll come for you eventually. Biden wasn't a pedo, but Trump is a rapist, even without the Epstein files. The whole thing about the Epstein files that I really wish would become the actual topic is the victims deserve justice. And when you had the person most responsible in the entire country for bringing people justice, and she said to them, just call the DOJ, here's this number, call, and, you know, we will talk to you. And then they have them stand and raise their hands if they had already done that and not gotten a response. And she could not even turn around and acknowledge that. This is a person, like, if you think about this, I don't know, maybe it's happened somewhere else at some other point in history, but every time I think about this, it just like boggles my mind afresh. How many times has there been a law passed that only one person can follow? The only person in the entire world who could follow or not follow that law was Pam Bondi, and she did not follow that law. And she's in charge of enforcing the law. I find that, like, the irony of that. And then she's going to sit there. She can't even turn around and acknowledge those Epstein victims that are raising their hand. She's just a horrible person. You know, going back to the whole thing. What is kindness? What is love? Is that kindness? Is that love? The data is genuinely alarming. You're incapable of distinguishing when you're biased. Dude, that was a quote from Claude. I was reading what Claude said. What is the bias? E. Jean Carroll has nothing to do with the Epstein files. No, she does not. Who's they? I don't know who they is. I don't know what you're talking about. Ask Google about how many children were separated from the parents when Obama was in office. Children weren't separated from their parents when Obama was in office. I think you're confusing that with the children that came over that were unaccompanied minors. They weren't separated from their parents. That's why they were called unaccompanied minors. That means they were not accompanied with their parents, T-Bone. How about you get some meat on that bone? Maybe the words were too charged. You'd have to ask YouTube that. I have like just whatever the standard filters are. I have a couple of words in there that I find extremely. I don't like the word illegals. I don't like dehumanizing language. I don't like it for when Democrats do it. I don't like. That's why I don't like people calling Republicans maggots. Dehumanizing language I hate. And so I have a filter in there for illegals. I don't like people being called illegals. If you call somebody illegals, your name, your comment will be automatically filtered out. T-Bone, they can't. That's like the only word I have specifically like that. What truth can't we handle? You're so, like, Jeter, you're kind of a very obdurate person. Dechain children because they're used in a chain migration. What are you, like, some of you guys are just so weird with all your massive conspiracy weirdo nonsensical rambling stuff. We're talking about asylum here. Bank records allegedly show Senator Lindsey Graham laundering significant Ukraine war funds via Latvia into his accounts, per ex-CIA officer Larry Johnson. Ooh, is this a new thing to you? Let me. I'm looking that up. Never mind. I read the comment. I see why. Oh, it was withheld because it should have been. Son of, you are hurting their feelings by saying things. Yeah, they're one of these like little jerk circles that they like to have. Trump is a Democrat. That's where he got all his ideas from. There. No, he's not. Okay. There's no feelings. It was systemic. Anyone tell me how many Clinton or Obama? Okay, we're talking about asylum, not illegal immigration. Stop crying about your comments being auto-removed. Your vote demanded this. Now enjoy a taste of it in the chat. Legally filling asylum seekers represents... Yeah, we're talking about people that are requesting asylum. That's all we're talking about here. We're talking about right now the 40 to 50% of the people being detained in these detention centers are asylum seekers. We are talking about asylum seekers. Don't move the goalposts and then tell me that I need to move the goalposts. You move the goalposts. I don't care what your statistic about percentage of asylum seekers is. We're talking about the topic is asylum seekers. Got awfully quiet when I mentioned Obama. All right. I did not. All right. Or just bye, Jeter. You're just a troll. All right. Anybody else wants to be a troll, go ahead. But I mean, there's only so many stupid comments you get to make before I just get rid of you. If you're going to make a... Yeah, I think we're done with you too, Glenn. Bye. All right. Why didn't her parents help her? Because they were being held. The father was being detained and he couldn't do anything. He was trying to help her, but they wouldn't. They were trying. Honestly, do you not follow? The parent and the child were being detained. The child was being deprived care. He was begging them to do something and they wouldn't do anything. And then she died. The left is being used by demons. Oh, they're willing to do anything for power and control back. Oh, you demons. What a weird, after P-gate, I think anything about it. There was no P-gate. Hoping anyone here debating Counterpoint is just a Republican, not a MAGA. There's only two types of MAGA left, peds and supremacists. And the Venn diagram is pretty close to a circle. All right, yeah. Sorry. White supremacist rhetoric just gets you banned. Okay, sorry. So if Congress decides to do away with all agreement, if Congress were to, I mean, I don't know if I'd be okay with it, but it would be legal for the president to do it. Like, I would still try and get immigration back. I think it would be a really, really stupid policy. I think that if a Congress did that, everybody that voted for it would be voted out of office the next day, the next election, and then it would be reinstated real fast. But that's the way our Constitution works. The actual Congress has to change the laws. And let me explain something to you. All right. The way the Constitution was written, you had the House of Representatives, you had the Senate, you had the president. The president was elected by an electoral college. The Senate, with the way the Constitution was initially written, was elected by the House of Representatives. And the House of Representatives were elected by the people. And the president was elected every 4 years. The Senate was elected every 6 years. The House of Representatives was elected every 2 years. And they were the ones that had the most direct access to the voters. That's why they did that, because they were going to be the ones that had to be the most responsive to the voters. Now we vote for the Senate directly, based on an amendment, but that's still only 6 years. The way they wanted it written, the way they wrote it, is that if you had crappy policy, you had to answer to the people, and you had to answer to the people soon. All right. So yeah, that would be thrown out. I mean, or that would not. The people that voted for that would probably not last long. But yes, if the laws change, the president executes the law the way it is written. You cannot change the law by fiat. That's the difference between a constitutional republic and an autocracy. I'm not saying that they're the same thing. You guys are the ones that keep conflating them. I'm the one talking about asylum. If you want to change the asylum laws, change the asylum laws. That would require a constitutional amendment. We don't have like propositions that we vote on. Where were you when the world couldn't understand anything Biden said? I was right here, and it never happened. If you are so sure, what are you rambling on about, Robin? You're just a rambler. Their schedule is their choice. The safety of elections should not be. Wow. My point being that securing the elections is above except the elections are secure. There are, over the last 42 years, there are a total of about 77 cases of non-citizens voting. That includes illegal and legal immigrants. 77 total actual convictions. Of those, 51 of them would have been prevented by the SAVE Act. 51 over 42 years. Or 44 years. Go back to 1982. That's out of every single election we've had. That includes primary elections. That includes local elections, school board elections, mayor elections, city council elections. If you went to the voting booth at all in your hometown or sent in a ballot for anything at all, that vote was considered. Billions of votes, and only 51 of them were cast, would have been prevented by the SAVE Act. One thing that I also find, there were only 1,600 altogether. But one thing I find ironic is that the SAVE Act does nothing to prevent all the other kinds of voter fraud. It would only prevent 3.9% of all the voter fraud that happened, which was still a minuscule number. If you were actually worried about voter fraud, wouldn't they be preventing voter fraud? It is not about, this law is not about preventing voter fraud. This law is about preventing voting. How did they consolidated this information from voting? Marriage status, didn't register to vote. Who has this? I don't understand what all of that. Okay. I really don't understand what you're trying to ask. We're just talking about women that voted. And they figured that out from like exit polls and stuff. Like the women that voted, it was like 57. What was the numbers? Oh, we got to get back to that. It was 57 to 42 for Trump. And there are like 81 million women, married women in the country that don't have their names updated, because what it is you have to, and there's been some misrepresentation on this from the left as well, but there are there are a lot of women that have never updated their birth certificate from their marriage certificate. Like my wife did it because she, changed her first name too, and so she got it all taken care of at one time. But your birth certificate says, I don't know if you're a man or a woman, Robin. It's one of those gender neutral names like Kelly. But let's say, Sally McRuthers was on her birth. She was born Sally McRuthers, and then she changed. She got married to Bob McGuire. So now her name is Sally McGuire. And so she's got Sally McGuire on her driver's license, and she's got a marriage certificate, and then she's got a birth certificate. But the birth certificate says Sally McRuthers, and her driver's license says Sally McGuire. So she brings in her birth certificate and her driver's license to register, then they'll say this name is wrong. So then she can allegedly, depending on where she lives, she can show her marriage license and show that her name changed when she got married. And that does not laid out in the actual law in the SAVE Act, but it does allow the state to determine what other supporting documents they can have. And I think most states will allow that. Like, I don't know of any state that wouldn't. And so I think there's some people, some Democrats that are overstating this issue. And that is one thing. But the other side of it is they still have to. And some of them may have lost their marriage certificate. People lose documents. They may have lost their birth certificate. So then they have to go through the trouble of finding their birth certificate, ordering one if they lost it, ordering their marriage certificate if they lost it. Not everybody has these things lying around. And sure, most people do, but sometimes people don't. That's not like a crime. And so, these women have to go and find all this stuff. And then you can't update it online. You can't like just scan it in and send in a PDF. You have to actually physically go to the DMV or whatever it is and show them the paperwork in order to update your registration. So nobody's saying that, like they're too dumb or whatever. It's just, this is extra work that they have to do that other people don't have to do. I didn't have to change my birth certificate or my name when I got married. My wife did. Obviously, that's a different proportional impact on her than on me. So what comes into play then is that now the 14th Amendment says that you can't like differently burden different groups of people. And so the fact that women have to go through all the, jump through hoops that men don't have to go through, and there's a whole different amendment specifically just giving women the right to vote, that changes the things. That can make it unconstitutional to do that. Because it's putting an extra burden on women that is not on men. And not every single woman is necessarily going to go through all that trouble. She's got to take the kids to soccer practice, make meals, maybe do a job, do the laundry, all that kind of stuff. There's not many more people more busy in this world than married moms with kids. Well, kids at home. What if voters had to say on? They do have a say on immigration. Hey, how's it going, Herbs? Did you get high yet today? What happened to freedom of religion in the Constitution and the Geneva? Yeah, Trump. We're definitely going to have to do one on marijuana one day. I keep thinking. Left and right. His logic for voting for Trump is ridiculous. Yes, it's not really left versus right, but mostly top versus bottom. It's reality versus fiction. Like it's hard to get a Trump supporter to engage in a conversation that's just the main goal is reality. Limited memory, embarrassing being attacked by memory, whatever you're talking about, Robin. Left wing needs to get out Trump, but I had to time out Glenn for 5 minutes because he was getting obnoxious. Oh, yeah, I think I don't know if I banned him or not. I was getting to the point where I was just going to get rid of him. But yeah, thank you. It's like I don't know. It's like giving a dog a treat and just get all excited and you try to engage with them honestly and they just behave worse. I still think that Trump should get in that USC cage in the front lawn of the White House. Him and Newsom toe to toe. That would be. Here's the one thing though. You know why I wouldn't want to do a UFC fight with Donald Trump? Just imagine what happens if your hand accidentally goes into that diaper area. Just imagine how gross that would be. That reminds me of something. Have you ever heard of? I got to share this with you. This is pretty hilarious. It's just randomly came across this. Have you ever heard of Chorophilus fungus? It's a type of saprophytic fungus that grows on or near dung. So think about that. I think that is probably what Donald Trump's penis is. That's what type of mushroom it is. Because it's just right there, right next to all that dung. What do you think? I don't know how to say it. But maybe they just make it easier to pronounce. Maybe they should just rename that the Trump fungus. I still think over 10,000 children killed by cops over. I don't know about that. I'll have to look that up. Herbs, nobody on the planet knows more about pot than herbs. I have a bad habit of saying illegals instead of undocumented. I'll admit it though. It's like I've been accidentally saying it too, and I hate it. It's just they say it so much it gets embedded. A non-citizen who resides in a country without legal authorization. Okay, are asylum seekers like what about? But you use them to describe people that are here legally. Legal asylum seekers are here legally, and Why is it like this is the thing I never understand, Robin. And you're gonna ignore me, and I know that, but I'm still gonna say this in the hopes that maybe you can. It's like you guys treat this one thing that is illegal as though of all the illegal things that somebody could do, you could run a stoplight, you can jaywalk, you can murder people, you can rob a bank, you can, write checks to cover up, campaign funding stuff and pay off porn stars to, keep quiet. There's all kinds of illegal things you can do. In the grand scheme of things, walking over an imaginary line illegally seems to be like in the bottom 10% of illegal things. So why is that the one thing that constitutes making a person an illegal person? Why is immigration status the one thing that makes a person illegal or not illegal? Donald Trump committed treason. Why isn't he an illegal? The phrase illegals is a euphemistic term for a criminal. I get it. You should, like if you were to use it for all people who were criminals, then yeah. But it's like for MAGA, the phrase illegals is a euphemistic. It's a not even euphemistic. What's the word? It's a slur for immigrant. Doesn't even matter if they're here legally or not. Did I go off on the Lindsey Graham thing? I'm trying to talk about the yeah, I did get rid of Glenn. I'm tired of that nonsense. So what about having a lottery for asylum seekers? Why? Why have a lottery for asylum seekers? It's kind of missing the whole point of asylum, isn't it? People that are seeking asylum. There was a article I read. This was like in 2019, where there was a reporter. This was, during the Remain in Mexico era. A reporter went to go look at what happened to people that were seeking asylum after they were refused asylum. And so she went and she looked for like 30 of them, and like 10 of them had been murdered. There was these 4 women from Haiti who were in Puerto Rico that had TPS status. They had their TPS status revoked. They went back to Haiti, and within 60 days, they were beheaded. As in decapitated. So I'm just wondering, why should they have to win the lottery to not die? That's like some seriously, what's that show? What's that movie? My brain's getting tired. So I'm Hunger Games. That's what I'm trying to think of. That is some Hunger Games type nonsense. Racist and making money off of oh, sorry, we're not. I'm just skipping past the herb stuff. So you are so far behind in the conversation. Well, gee, dude, I'm trying to got some people complaining that I don't read their comments, and then you get mad at me for Robin. We're talking about asylum. That's like literally the topic on hand is asylum. You weren't here at the beginning. I'm sorry that I don't set my program to just cater to you specifically and do all my preparation on what I think you want to talk about that day. I list all the I lost all my documents. It took me 6 months in an ID trap to get out of it. I don't know if I didn't know somebody in SSA. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that happens to. Where is the same leniency of ease of access by Democrats on things like home loans? Are you seriously wondering why Democrats don't have leniency on debt forgiveness? Why don't you do me a favor? Look up Joe Biden student loans and see what happens. I've had my identity stolen twice, and this is not even my real name. I had my identity stolen once, and they tried to return it. And I was like, no, you have to pay off all my bills first. Who removed Pell Grants in the tab? Oh, now we have a homosexual agenda, whatever that is. Homosexual. See, this is they call things agenda. How come Trump never has an agenda? Like Trump has a policy, but liberals have an agenda. Like they've got to. Do you play like dark and ominous music when you say the word agenda too? Let me see something. Okay. They have a. Yeah, there's not an ominous music sound effect. All right. So, all right. So I think that's about it for today. I think I caught up, sort of. And we're over 4 hours. So thanks for watching. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Thanks again for helping with the moderating, Brett. Appreciate you. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.